Hey guys, editing Y2K here again. Sorry, my hair is a little bit wet still. It's kind of awkward. It's early. I just wanted to mention that I'm deciding to leave out the reaction to day 4, the final day of the DNC, for two main reasons. Number one, there wasn't that much on the final day of the DNC that people either couldn't see coming or that wasn't already said on the third day. And number two, I think my reactions were way better on day 3. Like that's much better content than day 4. There's also a much fuller chat. I was interacting with chat more. And I think that justifies having only 4 hours of me reacting rather than 8. Anyways, that's what's what on the reaction video itself. Hope you enjoy the very long video, and I look forward to my afterthoughts on the DNC, which I will be uploading as its own video, where I'll go through some of the biggest critiques that I have of that event. Um, but now for real, here's the video. Hello, everybody. I am actually a little bit late. I'm aware of that. Not to my own stream, of course. It's my stream. I dictate the schedule. Rather, I am a little bit late to the DNC. Here, let's do this timer thing. Here we go. No, don't do that. Don't. All right, whatever. Okay. Get situated there. That looks good. Post that. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay. So, I'm a politics guy, many such cases. So I will be covering the Democratic National Convention. Lucky for me, public television exists, public media. Shout outs to C-SPAN. They're doing God's work by uh oh, that's I launched the wrong thing. I didn't mean to launch CTGP there. Whoops. All right, let's try this again. They're singing the national anthem. Sorry, you guys can you can hear that. You can't see it yet. Let's bring this up on stream. Properties. DNC day 3. Okay. Boom. There we go, baby. All right, all right, all right. I will need to get up at some point because the DNC is going to be long, just like the RNC was. Unfortunately, I actually missed some of the best content from the DNC. In terms of streaming it, I watched it live the first 2 nights, and there was some banger stuff in there that I wanted to talk about slash go over, but I couldn't stream it. I would have to go back and find the VOD on YouTube, like the YouTube VOD of the DNC, and sort of pick through it. Uh, and it's going to be happening. The DNC is going to be happening for the rest of this week. Um, of course, don't think I'm going to put all my coverage of the DNC into one video. That would be insane because there's still, I think today and tomorrow, actually, not the rest of this week. It's today and tomorrow, which means there's about 8 hours of DNC still happening, and there's about an hour and a half to 2 hours of DNC that already happened that I want to cover and talk about. So more than likely, this is going to be like some kind of multi-part thing where I go through the DNC, compare it actually to the RNC, and who this,
Hello, hello.
and sort of analyze
My
it
friends, for the
on
past 3.5
various
years, I'm
axes.
fortunate to have worked with some amazing Democrats to strengthen and rebuild
Oh
this
shit.
Democratic Party. Please welcome to the stage several of our DNC officers. Vice Chair, President of the ASDC, and Chair of the Minnesota DFL, Ken Martin. Vice Chair and former Mayor
Okay.
Keisha Adams. Vice Chair Henry Munoz, Treasurer Virginia McGregor.
I don't know how much I
And
care
you
about
all
the,
know
you
from
know.
last night, the famous roll call star, our Secretary Jason Ray.
Yes, that's right. The roll call, that's one of the big things. I don't know what
Fellow
this is that
delegates,
they're
we
gonna.
now ask that you approve 3 honorary resolutions conveying our appreciation.
Okay, this is some symbolic shit. The people actually cheered for the guy who officiated the roll call yesterday. That's because the roll call was actually one of the most hyped parts about the DNC. And I don't mean that from the perspective that I enjoyed it, because I did. You know, clearly a lot of the Democratic representatives from the various states were like hamming it up for the camera, having a great time. There was tons of music playing. There's a lot of licensed music. I'm gonna have to mute all the parts where that's playing, because I don't want my channel to get nuked by copyright. You know, thank you. But this, you know, they have the licensing rights to that. That's one of the ways in which they flexed on the Republican convention. But then also the fact that the roll call was basically just one giant party, you know, also kind of a flex. What do I want to do this time? I'm thinking about it. Ah, god dang it. Whatever. I'll play as Peach. There we go. Cory Booker. I'm gonna have him on mute for a little bit, and then I'll go back to what he was saying. There's clearly so much more energy at the DNC than there was at the RNC. The RNC was like small peanuts compared to this. In fact, the Democratic National Convention yesterday had this whole venue filled up where they're holding this now, and Kamala Harris and Tim Walz did a campaign event at the stadium where the RNC was held, and they filled up that venue. They filled it up. They filled up 2 venues where the RNC couldn't even fill up one. So that's on the one front, but then on the other front, there were union officials present at the DNC. There are a lot of union officials and union leaders present at the DNC. There are a lot of protests going on, and for the most part, the DNC has actually been responding decently well to the protesters. The protesters are pro-Palestine demonstrators, and what we've heard is not talking points about Israel and its right to defend itself, but rather at various points a reaffirmation that, yes, there are people within the Democratic Party that want to see a ceasefire resolution. In fact, they mentioned a ceasefire by name. We're not quite to the point of an arms embargo over Israel being like commonly accepted politics yet, but like, you know, that's still a big ask, and the fact that we've gotten this far is pretty huge. There have been some political ads and stuff. I guess I'll try to save some of the details for when I go over that stuff, because I do want to revisit some of the segments that I think are worth going over of the DNC from day 1 and 2. Oh geez, I was just sort of absent-minded there. I didn't really mean to do that. But yeah, it's clear that not only is there so much more energy for the Democratic Party convention than the Republican Party convention, but also it seems the Democratic Party at this convention is embracing more of the left wing of the party. In some ways, it seems to the chagrin of the Democratic Party, but either way, you know, union politics are back on the menu, and I think that's good. Anyway, who dis? Wait, that's the pause button, not the mute button. Dang it. Oh, okay. Here, let's... So I'm a little bit behind. A few seconds.
When abortion is on the ballot, we win.
That's true. Yeah, it is also
In California,
worth mentioning that every state, even like deep red states where
Kentucky,
abortion has been on the ballot,
Michigan,
people vote to protect it.
Montana, Ohio, and Vermont.
Turn that down a little bit. There we go. A little bit better for my ears.
Voters sent a message. So let's hear it for Arizona.
And I believe there's also a ballot measure regarding abortion coming up this fall
The latest states
in
to
like
announce
Montana
that
or
the
something.
people will get
A
to have their
relatively
say
red,
this
like a pretty
November.
red state,
Because
like
voters
very
who
conservative,
support reproductive
but
freedom,
you
we're
know,
not the minority, we're the majority.
putting that to the test is definitely going to solidify abortion protections further, which is important.
And if there are two people who should
You know,
understand that Americans'
like
private
the
lives
more that
are none of
Republicans,
anybody's
I think,
business is done.
the more that Republicans talk about abortion, the less they're able to get out of it, because you know, ever since Roe v. Wade, nobody's on the anti-abortion train, unless they're absolutely insane. Let's
Kamala Harris has her own project for 2025, restoring reproductive freedom.
piece stuff.
It's simple. Do we want a president who said women should be punished for having abortions? Or a president who trusts women? A vice president who voted against protecting fertility treatment? Or a vice president who used fertility treatment to start a family?
This is sort of well, it's more of that shit that's like really cringe, but I guess appeals decently well to a pedestrian audience, where you engage in the sort of liberal individualism of like, oh, these people are good or bad or whatever, and like, basically like, the fascism in one man theory, where it's like everything they say bad about the Republican Party has to be about Trump. Guys, it's not just Trump. Anybody who's like hearing, you know, anybody who's thinking about this, hearing like about Trump, and then they're like, oh, well, of course Trump is bad. It's not just Trump. The entire Republican Party is just like him. The only difference between Trump and the rest of the Republicans is that Trump had some semblance of riz. That's it. And of course the whole, like, appeal to some kind of anecdote thing, it, like, doesn't really correlate to policy making, but I guess, you know, whatever. Look, there's still obviously the way better options, and the voting record, invoking that against J.D. Vance is a good way to sort of detract from him and from his potential base of political support. Because that's like policy stuff. So, like, he voted to, well, ban, he voted against fertility treatments and shit like that, which is basic modern medicine. There we go. Finally figured out how to do that part on this track. It's going to be kind of difficult to commentate while I'm racing, especially because I'm, like, really tired today. I did a lot. Oh, no. Okay, well.
Women are not free.
What? I've kind of unpaused in the middle of something. How am I getting blue shells? Hello?
Of all black women live in banned states. Donald Trump wants women to be less free and pregnancy to be more dangerous. But I'm here to tell you,
This is true.
in no way are Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance more qualified than doctors and women to make these decisions. We decide. We trust women. We trust doctors.
We trust women.
And we
That is
trust
all. There we go.
Kamala Harris.
Not that last part. If you trust Kamala Harris, you're a
Our future,
what's the
our
term?
future is on the
Fucking,
ballot. Our
you're a dope.
bodies are on the ballot, and come
She's a
November 5th,
politician,
we will decide
and she's
this
a liberal.
election.
But anybody should recognize that when the choice is between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump on a ballot,
Donald Trump
you pick
said he
Kamala
wants
Harris.
to punish women. And as a result of his actions, today in America, 1 out of 3 women live in a state with a Trump abortion ban. 1 out of 3. Some of these bans go back to the 1800s. Even before women had a right to vote. Think about that. Well, Tim and I have a message for Trump and others who want to turn back the clock on our fundamental freedoms.
I know what they're about to go for.
We're not going back.
Great sloganeering, but one tiny criticism peppered in with great sloganeering and talking points about how a lot of these abortion bans are fucking archaic and came before women had any semblance of rights in America. You know, even when women had the right to vote, a lot of the time they were still relegated to second-class citizenship. But you know, a lot of these abortion bans are very nakedly about the sort of, as fucking creepy as it sounds, this is what it is: the domestication of women, basically. The we're not going back is obviously a very, very good response to Make America Great Again, you know, referencing a point in the past that you would theoretically go back to. That's the implication. And then the we're not going back is like, no, we're not going back. Like, that imagined past was not actually good. No. The one criticism is that they tied all of this abortion rhetoric, they tied all of the critique of those, like, abortion bans and stuff directly to Donald Trump. Donald Trump was actually pussyfooting around the issue more than most Republicans were, because he realized how, like, in his mind, he's in a perpetual, like, popularity contest or whatever. And it really is the case that, like, it was mostly the Republicans pushing for that shit. You know, Trump obviously is the figurehead of the Republican Party and was perfectly fine with them pushing that, so long as it didn't affect him too negatively. But again, this is one of those issues where the liberals often succumb to the disease of individualism, where they, you know, do the whole fascism in one man theory. They associate all things bad with Trump and Trump alone, when there's an entire political party sitting there that is dedicated to dragging America back into the days before germ theory of medicine, in every conceivable way, just about. If the Democratic Party really wants these resounding victories, they're gonna get it, even with this, you know, with this rhetoric. But I think if they want to fully put the Republican Party in the dirt, they have to attack the Republicans directly. It can't just be Trump this, Trump that, Trump, 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 because that would only, in the intermediate to long term, that would only enable the GOP to cultivate a post-Trump image of we've grown and changed as a party while not actually changing anything. Does that make sense? You know, you have to make it a point that, like, look,
This shit our wedding.
that, like, every bad thing that Trump believes is emblematic of the whole Republican Party. You know, obviously Trump is at the head of this thing, and the Republicans are going all right along with him. You know, it's the whole goddamn party. It's not just a Trump thing. And I wish, like, part of me thinks that this is just political strategists saying, like, that this is the safest possible option. And I see the argument there, but some of me, like, there's a part of me that also, I also believe that, like, on some level, the Democrats just don't understand that this is, like, the entire Republican Party is just like this now. You know, it's just a bunch of Hitlers running around. To such an extent that Trump had to, at various points, distance himself from some of the worst elements of the Republicans. You know, it's like why he's had to distance himself so hard from Project 2025 is because he knows how bad it looks. But there are a lot of Republicans that have no sense of optics and are full-throatedly in support of it. You should be attacking them and Trump in the same breath. Anyways.
My family went from being enslaved in Mississippi to being the first free black
Human
family
rights
in
based?
Muscatine, Iowa. To now, preparing to elect President Kamala Harris. Progress is happening, my friends. The 20-plus million LGBTQ+ Americans are living proof of it. We are your friends and your neighbors, your classmates and your family. Like Daniel,
Mushroom.
a trans kid in
Take that.
Tucson who's going to his very first prom.
I love my trans son and my AR-15. I hope that's the crowd that the Democrats are appealing to.
Sacrificed in combat and then came home to battle Don't Ask, Don't Tell. Like Sandy and Chris, the first same-sex couple to get legally
Sup,
married
Garfield?
in California 11 years ago. In a ceremony officiated by Kamala Harris.
Oh shit, real? That's pretty funny.
Donald Trump wants to erase us. He would ban our health
This is true.
belittle
That's
our
true.
marriages, bury our stories, but we're not going anywhere. We are not going back.
No way, dude. I got first.
Kamala
Also, beautiful. We interrupt this listening to women of color exercise to bring you talking points about how left politics is on the table, et cetera, et cetera. I think it really speaks to the difference between the kinds of coalitions that support the Democratic and Republican parties, critically or uncritically or whatever, you know, the sort of base of political support that the parties appeal to. That on the Democratic side, you have human rights activists, including Human Rights Watch. You guys saw that flag with the blue flag with the yellow equal sign. That's Human Rights Watch. They're a very well-known and well-respected international human rights org. And union officials, and, you know, obviously the typical smattering of politicians, but like activists, grassroots activists, you know, people who are part of marginalized communities and have been fighting for their own rights, for the rights of people they know. Basically, the poor, the disadvantaged, the vulnerable, like the proletariat. Meanwhile, at the Republican Party, they basically had to do a bit where they like brought out all the black people that they could find at the convention because you know, a lot of white faces in the audience. And I guarantee you that not a single human rights activist was present at the RNC because it was all about anti-immigrant rhetoric and anti-trans rhetoric, shit like that. And of course, on the class side of things, that class element, the Republican Party, the RNC was full of party insiders, and so is the DNC. But the important difference there being that at the Republican convention, these were all party elites, or business elites, excuse me. Business elites, much older on average. Like, I don't think there was a single person under the age of 30 or 40 at the RNC. Meanwhile, at the DNC, there have been delegates, actual delegates, that are younger than me. I think there was one delegate from West Virginia who was 18 years old. There's a lot of young people at the DNC, a lot of young people, a lot of working class people. You can look at the audience and kind of tell these people are not business owners, right? A lot of these people are the kinds of folks that, well, make up the labor movement. You know, a lot of union people there, a lot of working class people there, and probably, you know, there are a couple business owners at the DNC. I know this for a fact. I think some of them spoke yesterday. But I also know that probably those are so few and far between that the wealthiest people you'd probably get at this convention would be like labor aristocracy. The actual, like, the middle class that the Democratic Party won't shut the fuck up about, you know? That's the kind of people that are that compose the audience, and that's the kind of interests that are influencing the Democratic Party. Whereas at the Republican Party, it's all business owners. You know, sure, there could be some people in the audience who are not, but like those are the major interests that are being represented. Business owners, white supremacists, and fucking like, well, I mean, that's it really. And then at the Democratic Party, you have indigenous activists, you have politicians from localities that are advocating for, like, I don't know, more funding for local projects and stuff like that. It's a much more grassroots. There's a much more grassroots feeling in the air. It's a much more diverse set of interests that aren't all incompatible with each other and that are all fundamentally compatible with human rights. Some of those interests being directly, you know, human rights campaigns. You know?
As we proved that when Latinos vote, Democrats win.
Identity politics, many such cases.
Trying to suppress our vote.
Voto Latino.
Boo.
President and CEO. What? CEO? Bullshit. Well, I mean, Voto Latino is probably a nonprofit, but eh.
So let me be clear. Voto
Oh, let me be
Latino
clear.
has registered 1.5.
I actually kind of get annoyed when Democrats say that, when they say "let me be clear" all the time, because it's clearly a fucking Obama thing, and I stop. Let me be clear. Indistinct rambling.
Because since 2020,
I think she's saying something about registering a lot of people to vote.
have become eligible to vote.
This is also an important difference. The Democratic Party, this is one of the things that I will support them on, as much as I obviously despise liberals, is that they're very big on civic engagement. And obviously you want people to participate in democracy. From a liberal, like, cringe liberal perspective of, like, you know, the spirit of America or whatever, but also from a class perspective of advancing
Another fun fact.
working class interests.
This year, more Latinos will vote than any time in our history. So that means, sí se puede. Se está haciendo. Sí se puede. So that means that together, we will make history and elect Kamala Harris president. Vota.
Ah, copyright. Oh wait, I think that was just like an intermission thing.
I live in southeastern Pennsylvania, and I am a former Trump voter.
Oh, this bit. I love this bit.
Support Donald J. Trump for president again starts with his chaotic behavior.
He doesn't care about me. He doesn't care about my family. He doesn't care about working people.
34 counts, felony counts that he was found guilty of. That's not who we want running our country.
Trump scares the hell out of people.
I'm gonna let this play and then I'll
2024
comment on it.
will be the first time that I have not voted for a Republican.
I will be proudly voting for Kamala Harris.
This is the kind of shit that wins elections. That blurb about, like, people being de-radicalized from the far right because, like, oh, you know, Trump's just a self-serving bastard who doesn't care about working people. I think that was one of the strongest arguments that you could have made there. It's like, that guy is the picturesque representation of like the group that the Republican Party loves to use as a prop to say they're pro-worker. Rural, white, conservative, working class, right? And this guy's saying, Trump doesn't give a damn about me. He doesn't give a damn about people like me who are poor and have to work for a living, whatever. So I'm voting for the Democrats because they do, being the implication. Obviously, that's not 100% true either, but, like, that's going to fracture every former Trump supporter who comes out against Trump and in support of the Democratic Party fractures the Republican base even harder. And that is essential for putting the Republican Party in the ground to get even more progressive politics on the table, the politics of socialism. Like, you know, these guys are contributing to the world in a not insubstantial way. You know? And even for the people that's not going to directly de-radicalize, it's going to sow doubt, and it's going to like create apathy on the Republican side, because there's going to be a lot of division in the party, in the Republican Party, I mean.
Non ci sono rose senza spine. You can't have the roses without the thorns. You have to work for it.
What?
To be a nation of immigrants is hard sometimes too. You have to work for it. Tonight, we celebrate the roses of life. We come together from every state, from every ethnicity, from every race and religion. We come together.
Great, thank you. I get on the Republicans' case for being risless. Most Democrats are also risless, especially people in this sort of section of the party, where this guy's like probably one of the members of the party who's more technocratically driven or whatever. You get somebody who's a human rights activist, or more like AOC or Bernie up there, they'll probably show a lot more capacity to engage with the crowd, most likely. Dang. Alright. Give me this box. Yeah. Ooh. Like that. Get me through this section, get me around this corner. Perfect. No, I hit my banana. 6th place. Also, you can take a look at the crowd at the DNC, and they're clearly much more happy to be there. A lot of that is because a lot of them are not, you know, in fact, lizard people with no soul and who only want to see evil in the world. You know, a lot of them are actual people outside of, you know, hating immigrants and whatever.
Vice President Kamala Harris and Governor Tim Walz, I want to keep what President Biden started with the infrastructure plan and getting this country moving.
Because of these investments into our country, it has put people like me, young people like me, Gen Zers, into work in the trades, working on electricity, carpentry, you name it.
The Inflation Reduction Act and the...
Okay. I choose freedom. That's an important thing to note as well. I'm glad that I saw that on screen. The Democrats have capitalized off of the Republicans no longer talking about freedom. I think I've mentioned this once or twice before, that Republicans do not invoke the language of freedom anymore. They're all about control now. Something like that. And the Democrats have decided, you know what? The Republicans clearly don't like freedom, so we will start to use that language, and I'm glad that they have.
Tibetan refugee, my mom believed deeply in the promise of America. And when I was growing up, she and my dad, who's from India, taught me that when you make a promise, you keep it. For years, politicians came through my city and promised to fix the Brent Spence Bridge, which connects Ohio to Kentucky. Donald Trump was one of them. He did what they all do. Press conference here, photo op there, but nothing changed until Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. Joe Biden told Cincinnatians, we're gonna fix that damn bridge. And 4 months later, he signed the bipartisan infrastructure law.
Yeah, I clearly got a not trick there.
It gave our city the biggest infrastructure investment in history. It will stitch our communities back together, and it will fix that damn bridge once and for all. That's what leadership looks like.
I didn't mean to trick their...
Promises, but solid progress. Not lip service, but true, honest-to-God public service. And under Kamala Harris, the progress will only continue.
Okay.
I'm Milwaukee Mayor Cavalier Johnson from the great state of Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, keeping promises is important. So is making amends for your mistakes. One of those mistakes happened 60 years ago in a neighborhood called Bronzeville, brimming with black music, black culture, and entrepreneurship. And then came urban renewal and the construction of Interstates 94 and 43, ripping our communities apart. 6th Street was widened and people of color were displaced.
Please let this be an anti-cars talking point. That would be so fucking funny.
Shuttered, all for a quicker commute. Under Kamala Harris and Joe
Also,
Biden,
my man's channeling his best Barack Obama impression. Although he's saying more things of substance than Obama does.
Bike paths and walkable streets to serve people who
Yes!
live there.
Urbanism! Let's fucking go. I feel so seen by this.
Culture is coming back. And thanks to the bipartisan infrastructure law, the opportunities are coming back. It's now my privilege to introduce two Milwaukeeans who know firsthand the power of reconnecting our communities. Rashawn Spivey and
I really
Deanna
like
Branch.
this from a perspective of taking the Democratic Party into an overtly pro-walkable cities direction. Even if there's gonna be some hiccups with them, like not being really willing to crack down on car infrastructure as they're building up the other kinds of infrastructure, you know?
My name is Deanna Branch, and I'm an advocate and mom from Milwaukee. When my
Advocate for
son,
clean water, I see.
Aiden, was 2, he was hospitalized due to high levels of lead.
Environmental activists, another group that's present at the DNC that I did not mention before, in addition to the human rights people, the union people, you know the drill.
And Vice President Harris passed the bipartisan infrastructure law. It's removing lead pipes from communities like ours. As president, Kamala Harris will make sure everyone can drink clean water and be, in Aiden's words, lead-free superheroes.
My name is Rashawn Spivey, the owner of Hero Plumbing in Milwaukee. When President Biden and Vice President Harris announced their goal to replace every lead pipe in America, Hero stepped up to help make that vision a reality. We went to work replacing lead pipes that serve homes and child care communities or child care centers in our communities. Since then, we've replaced more than 1,000.
Why I'm pulling a lot of blue shells today.
That was made possible thanks to Vice President Kamala Harris.
Not two
And
people
when she
with that,
visited
wow.
Milwaukee 2 years ago, I got to show her our work up close. Because of her leadership, I've grown my business and helped kids like Aiden have safer, healthier lives.
One mushroom. Please stop. Oh wait, this is just the intermission thing. What was this?
She understands immigrant-owned businesses. She understands women-owned businesses.
She understands the important role of small businesses and sees business owners.
No. Business owner shit. Okay. This is one respect in which I fucking hate the Democrats is that they constantly pander to small business owners as though they're like the lifeblood of America or some shit. Like, you gotta understand, small business owners are the vanguard of fascism. Like, they were the strongest foot soldiers of Mussolini in Italy. They were the strongest foot soldiers of Hitler in Germany in the 1930s. And they are some of the most militant opponents of organized labor today. You know, it's not great. And I think that's going to be a significant obstacle when the Democratic Party is the only relevant party in politics, you know, after the Republican Party fucking collapses, is dealing with the whole small businesses, you know, support local businesses, support small businesses, whatever kinds of talking points, and sort of redirecting that towards labor.
Mother, grandmother, and congresswoman, and hopefully the next senator from the great state of Delaware.
Yeah, this is one respect in which the DNC and the RNC are quite similar. I'm sorry, you know, promise to let women of color speak broken instantly, is that they're trying to gas up some of the candidates down ballot so that they can get elected. And I think the DNC is going to be much more successful with that, because the RNC was just like, everybody's the fucking same person, and there's like no excitement in the room, it seemed like, compared to this. I mean, like, people are way more excited here. And, you know, every Democrat, even some of the more soulless, like, town mayors and city mayors and local politicians, state politicians, have more personality than the Republicans do. Because, like I said, the Republicans at the RNC were all, like, lizard people.
We've got to turn our biggest challenges into our greatest and brightest of hope. For me, Bright Hope was the name of the church that my grandmother attended for 70 years in Philadelphia. It's not just a name. It's how I approach my life. It's how I'll lead as Delaware Senator. And it's how Kamala sees the future of America. Now, there are some who think our politics are too broken for Bright Hope. But if you want to see hope, just look. Bright Hope is record numbers of Black and brown entrepreneurs starting businesses. Bright Hope is an opportunity economy where we invest in our communities and build affordable housing.
There we go. Okay. At the very least, they're
Madam President Kamala Harris, are you ready for Bright Hope? Are you ready to fight for our freedom? Are you ready to flip the House, protect the Senate, and send Kamala to the White House? Then let's go!
I really appreciate the focus on affordable housing there. It seems like that and urbanism are becoming much more present parts of the discourse. You know, and I appreciate that.
Wow. Wow.
Wow? Oh, it's Cory Booker again. Hello.
Lisa Blunt Rochester, know that name. Know that name. My friend, my sister, and soon to be our senator. I can't wait to work with her in the Senate. But next, we're going to hear more about the ongoing fight for reproductive freedom. This is a fight that affects every single American. No matter where you live, so-called blue states or red states, if Donald Trump has his way, he's going to push through their extreme agenda. Project 1825. I'm sorry. I rolled that back. I got that wrong. Project 1925. Oh, I'm sorry. Project 2025. That poisonous agenda.
That's a nice bit, I guess. He's not... Cory Booker isn't the most charismatic individual, but, you know, a little bit clever. I'll give it to him for that.
Who are fighting back.
Also, please let me mute. Thank you. I think that's actually, even though he didn't, like, his delivery wasn't as good as a professional comic, you know, thank you. I think that is good rhetoric, actually, because by tongue-in-cheek calling it Project 1825 and then 1925 and then 2025, he's both signaling to the, like, the evilness of the Republicans and how that, like, yeah, they just fucking want to take everybody's rights away and send you, you know, back to 1825, where women didn't have rights, where black people didn't have rights, where life was shit, where vaccines didn't exist, etc., etc. Oh boy, unions. And at the same time, he kind of makes fun of the issue. He makes fun of Republicans by, like, making fun of Project 2025 for being so antiquated. And let me tell you, like, every time I hear something like that, that's kind of like the Republicans are the weird ones, like, Republicans are fucking weird, or making fun of them, like, bullying them, I become more and more convinced that, like, that line that Tim Walz came up with, like, Republicans are weird, they're not normal human beings like you and me, is just fucking a gift from the heavens as far as rhetoric goes, you know? It's probably some of the best anti-fascist rhetoric that you could ever hope to see. Anyway, who dis?
And we have two energetic boys running around at home. Now it is our turn to take the torch for our children and grandchildren. All across our country, women are being denied life-saving health care and the right to determine their future.
Got a draft just in time to get blue. Many such cases.
He will not stop at banning abortion.
That's true. Oh, please do that. Please talk about that.
And fertility treatment at risk. Trump's plan is cruel. It's dangerous, but it is not inevitable. Tonight, we mobilize for Kamala Harris. November 5th, we move forward with Kamala Harris because we are not going back.
I do like as well that the, you know, the Democrats are mentioning that beyond the abortion thing, Republicans also just want to, like, ban all sorts of women's health things. Oh, dude, he's got the Project 2025 book. Yes, I love this bit. Because the Republicans, the Republicans had kind of a tough nut to crack in the form of the abortion, like, discourse, because it's so fucking insufferable when you're talking about, like, metaphysical ethics and shit like that, you know? It's like a non-falsifiable thing that, like, a zygote is alive, because you can define alive as a million different things, right? It's always gonna, like, you're gonna get into the weeds really quickly, but, you know, thankfully the Republicans could not help themselves and decided to be mask off and say, like, yeah, well, we also want to ban contraception, IVF, other kinds of fertility treatments. We want to monitor pregnancies in super invasive ways. We want to basically make it so hard to get an abortion that they like, that women's lives would be put in danger, like, reliably. And, you know, and all that. Let me move the mic, like so. There we go.
Page 451 says that states have to report miscarriages to the Trump administration.
Oh yeah, that's really fucking creepy as well.
Mother and father, and says the only legitimate family is a married mother and father where only the father works. You know what?
Damn, fitting homophobia and misogyny into the same policy position.
I'm going to put that in my pocket so I can share it with undecided voters so they better understand what's at stake this election. Project 2025 would turn the entire federal government and bureaucracy into a massive machine. It would weaponize it to control our reproductive and personal choices. Look, as a Redditor, gamer, entrepreneur, and Swiftie from the free state of Colorado.
Dude, this guy is everything.
I'm excited by Kamala Harris.
I'm so glad I unmuted this guy.
And expanding our personal freedom, internet freedom, and
Bro, it's fucking over for Republicans. Holy shit.
weird, 2025 people like Trump and Vance are not just weird, they're dangerous. They want to take us backwards. But we aren't going
Bro, that's
back.
crazy. That the
Ever. Let's stop Project 2025 and elect Kamala Harris president this
Whoa, what the fuck? I drifted the wrong way. God dang.
Please welcome Florida Representative
Damn it.
Debbie Wasserman Schultz.
I didn't hit the right key. Holy shit, what a snipe! I had to fucking triangulate that shit. Also, my mute button is not working. I have something to say about, what's his name? Jared Polis. Come on. Maybe when I get to the cannon.
To the emergency room, Governor DeSantis turned Florida into a testing ground for the right's most egregious, dangerous policies. I can tell you.
I think that's actually a really good thing for Democrats, that Florida was like the testing ground for that. Florida, big state, very, like, mixed politics. Is pretty representative of some features of the United States, and the fact that it was like resoundingly controlled by Republicans goes to show how fucking unpopular and horrible their agenda would actually be when they, you know, when the dog catches the car, so to speak. She just mentioned the two big things, you know, banning abortion and banning books. And like it turned Florida into a almost universally reviled shithole of a state, you know? As if it wasn't already one. You know, we all know our nice Florida man memes and stuff.
Today in Florida, a near total abortion ban endangers women's health and their lives every day. I keep thinking about a Central Florida woman I met named Deborah. And at 23 weeks pregnant, she got news every future parent dreads. Her baby's kidneys never developed.
This is going to be kind of gruesome, but this is that rhetoric that I said that, like, Republicans fucking handed to Democrats on a silver platter, that, like, you know, they also want to, they basically, they could have had, like, very good rhetoric going for an otherwise very draconian conservative policy, you know, because they could be really weaselly about it. But you can't really be weaselly when shit like this happens, and then you're like, no, even in that instance, you still can't get an abortion. Both of you must die, you know? Or you can't, you know, have any sort of fertility treatment also. Like I said, they shot themselves in the foot. But now let me talk about Jared Polis. My fucking mans, you know, God, when Trump picked J.D. Vance, I thought it was like, okay, consolidation pick, whatever. And then the Democrats got somebody who was actually willing to campaign. And all of a sudden, people realized, like, oh shit, this was actually the worst VP pick for Trump. Where am I going with this? J.D. Vance is a fucking 4chaner, right? Like, he belongs on some of the fucking darkest corners of the internet. You know, have jokingly said a couple times that Republicans are trying to get the 4chan vote, and then Democrats came back and countered with, I will see your 4chan and raise you Redditors and gamers. They fucking got a guy on stage who's like, I'm a Redditor, I'm a gamer, let me explain to you how Republicans hate you. I was like, oh shit. You know? That's the kind of shit that actually kind of resonates with normies. And I know gamers and Redditors don't want to think this, but believe me, you are normies.
In other words, they don't want Republicans in charge. We're here because we need to elect Vice President.
Boring. Okay. But yeah, the Democrats clearly have not been pulling punches here, and they're not pulling punches in a way that, like, this is what I've talked about, where like the Democrats just have to be fucking willing to campaign and like say anything, because the Democrats don't need to lie to offer really compelling rhetoric against Republicans. Republicans need to lie, and they've even lost the sauce in their like ability to do that much, right? Like Republicans can't even come up with a good lie anymore. Meanwhile, Democrats have figured out, oh yeah, we could just tell the truth, and that's good rhetoric. And like, as much as it's like, as much as it is often very politically convenient, it's a very commonplace thing in politics to lie, it is still the case that the truth will really, really stick. If you have a good talking point about, like, that either closely resembles the truth or just straight up is true about, like, insert party here, insert politician here wants to do X, Y, or Z thing, and that would, like, negatively impact everybody, that's way more effective than making some shit up to craft the same talking point, especially when you have an established pattern of doing that, where with what the Republicans have been doing, they've been routinely crafting rhetoric that is like blatantly false for long enough that people always just assume that the Republicans are lying to them. Even people who aren't Republicans or who aren't Democrats, like independents, will probably see a Republican and instantly know, like, yeah, this person's a slimy politician and they're lying to me, right? And that's sort of the like the default position, the default assumption. But then, like, I don't know, somebody who's not an evil fascist gets up there. They could just be a slightly less evil liberal, and they say something true, and they're like, you know, you can look that up, feel free to verify it, and they, you know, I'm constructing kind of a weird winding hypothetical here, or an example or whatever, but believe me when I say that it matters. When the Republican Party cultivates an image of a party that will just say shit to get what they want, and what they want being like really bad outcomes too, that affects them negatively in the long run, you know? You don't want to be going so deep into overt lies so often that it becomes the image of your party. You know? Although, like I said, politics necessarily entails some degree of dishonesty in crafting rhetoric. And, like, that sort of stuff.
Calling to congratulate my team and the work. Now,
this is rhetoric that I don't care for. I only heard a quick second of it, but it's like, Kamala Harris is nice. She's a good human being. Like, cool, great. You know, speak your truth, King. But like, from a political perspective, nobody cares. I'd compare this to a sort of, oh yeah, Hitler pet a dog once. Like, it's not these anecdotes that people can tell. This is obviously the most extreme example out there, but what I'm trying to illustrate is just that the anecdotes that people invoke about a certain political candidate or political operative being a genuine person or whatever does not speak to their policy prescriptions and the sort of world that they want to create through the artifices of politics, if that makes sense. You know, to use that refrain, just because Hitler was nice to a dog one time does not mean that he has good politics or, you know, is a good human being or some shit like that. I didn't get an item. That's unfortunate. Oh, I didn't get an item. Dang. Kind of unfortunate. I'm trying to take slightly different lines from this guy, so I don't get hit. Take the inside line. That's not the inside line. Alright. That was a much better ramp section. Oh, what happened? I didn't mean to put that back. Oh, I had a mushroom? Interesting. Was this?
The president or anyone at the White House ever asked or suggested that you open an investigation of anyone? Yes or no, please, sir? Seems you would remember something like that.
I don't know.
Please answer the question.
Senator, I think I've answered the question.
No, you've not.
I'm not able to be rushed this fast. It makes me nervous.
Can you think of any laws that give government the power to make decisions?
Oh yeah, this is a compilation of Kamala Harris grilling a bunch of Republican like stooges, or fascist stooges rather.
I'm not thinking of any right now.
I see. This is, as much as obviously we should all hate cops and everything they stand for, this is one example of how Kamala's experience as a prosecutor has served her very well, is that, you know, you can actually make a Senate hearing, an otherwise extremely, like, boring moment, like, clippable. Because she's making somebody really weaselly feel really uncomfortable. It's almost like how you would see a clip of a politics debate or something, where somebody's like using the Socratic method or whatever to ascertain what the other person supports, you know?
It's a tough job, right? But as California's Attorney General, Kamala Harris never shied away from a good fight. She's held accountable environmental polluters, sexual abusers.
Although I must say, given the kind of people that Kamala pursued, as she's listing here, Dana Nessel, thank you. As far as prosecutors go, Kamala's not so bad, you know? It's just, you know, the kind of system that cops are a part of and are designed to protect and defend and shit like that, you know? But obviously Kamala did way fucking more good things in that position than probably most other people would, given that same power. I only got Reddit right there. I believe this is faster. Dang, lost my mushroom. Yeah, it is faster. Okay, I gained a ton of time. I meant to throw that forward. That would have been the funniest snipe of all time. Okay, second place.
Now, America.
I don't know if there's going to be that much I have to say about day 3 of the DNC. I don't know who all interesting is speaking. C-SPAN's sure rolling in viewers. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Which real quick, there we go. Here, let me actually look up who is scheduled to speak at the DNC. DNC day 3. I know Bill Clinton is speaking. Speakers. Thank you, New York Times. Speaker lineup for night 3 of the DNC. Governor Tim Walz, of course, will deliver the closing remarks. Okay. Bill Clinton and Nancy Pelosi. I think I care about what Bill Clinton has to say, and I care about what Nancy Pelosi has to say. Other than that, I'll stick around for some union officials and stuff. Otherwise, I don't really care that much. Here, hold on. Let me word search union. No matches. Okay. So 9 p.m. is when Bill Clinton's gonna speak. When is Nancy Pelosi gonna speak? Pelosi. Also 9 p.m. Okay, so Bill Clinton and Nancy Pelosi are speaking back to back. What's up, Cory Booker?
When Hamas attacked, he was taken hostage, and he is still
October 7th? That's crazy. I've never heard of this.
an American citizen.
You're just telling me about this now for the first time.
John want what every parent wants: to hold their child close, to love on them, keep them safe. I'm honored to introduce the two of them tonight.
I don't know how much I care about, like, this sort of... No, you know what? I do care. I think I care about any potential pro-Israel talking points. I guess this might be, like, where we see some pro-Palestine agitation, potentially. You know what? I gotta say about the calls to bring home the hostages, it is interesting to note that now I feel like the bring the hostages home puts the onus more on Netanyahu, which is where it should be. Because there's been like a number of deals proposed that Netanyahu specifically has rejected.
Being held hostage by Hamas in Gaza. They are Christians, Jews, Muslims, Hindus, and Buddhists. They are from 23 different countries. The youngest hostage is a 1-year-old red-headed baby boy, and the oldest is an 86-year-old mustachioed grandpa. Among the hostages are 8 American citizens. One of those Americans is our only son. His name is Hirsch. He's 23 years old. And like Vice President Kamala Harris, Hirsch was born in Oakland, California. Hirsch is a happy-go-lucky, laid-back, good-humored, respectful, and curious person. He is a civilian. He loves soccer, is wild about music and music festivals, and he has been obsessed with geography and travel since he was a little boy. His bedroom overflows with atlases, globes, maps, and National Geographic magazines.
Like I said, I hope they put this on Netanyahu, because that's where the blame belongs right now.
And his best friend, Honor, went to a music festival in the south of Israel. It was advertised as celebrating peace, love, and unity. They also went to celebrate Hirsch's 23rd birthday. As rockets began to fall, Hirsch, Honor, and 27 other young festival goers took refuge in a 5-foot by 8-foot bomb shelter. Terrorists began to throw grenades into the shelter. Honor stood in the doorway and repelled 7 of those grenades before the 8th one killed him. Altogether at the Nova Music Festival, 367 young music lovers were killed. This was just one of the many attacks on neighborhoods and communities in southern Israel on that terrible day. In total, 1,200 were killed, including 45 Americans. Hirsch's left forearm, his dominant arm, was blown off.
Please don't tell me this.
Loaded onto a pickup truck and stolen from his life and me and John into Gaza. And that was 320 days ago. Since then, we live on another planet. Anyone who is a parent or has had a parent can try to imagine.
This is just welcome to chat. Also cringe on also El Bozo.
And all the hostage families are enduring.
And I
Thanks. Yeah, no problem.
to be back in our sweet home.
Okay. I don't know how long they're going to talk about this. It would be just as easy for the Democrats here to be like, yeah, this is why we need to nuke all Palestinians or whatever. I don't think they will do that, but obviously if this were at the Republican convention, that's like where they would immediately take it, you know, that's the typical line. What I really hope they do is what's the term? Implicate Netanyahu in some way, because there have been, like I said, there have been a number of hostage exchange and ceasefire deals proposed, many of which Hamas has said, like, yes, well, you know, we'll take it. And Netanyahu has been the one that says, no, we don't want the hostages returned, or rather, I don't specifically, you know. Netanyahu is clinging to power by a thread. Netanyahu just wants to see the war go on in perpetuity, both to kill as many Palestinians as possible and to avoid accountability for the corruption kind of skullduggery that he's been getting up to for the past several years.
They're both working tirelessly for a hostage and ceasefire deal that will bring our
there we go.
Children, mothers, fathers.
I'm going to send so much money to Israel. She probably is, but she's more pliable on that subject than Joe Biden was, and definitely more pliable on that subject than Donald Trump is. You know, Joe, I'm a Zionist Biden, and Trump, you're a bad Palestinian. You know, like, Trump uses Palestinian as a slur. Joe Biden will just unprompted say that he's a Zionist. And then meanwhile, like, they managed to make Kamala a relatively middle-of-the-road option look good by comparison. Does that mean that that's good? No. But Kamala Harris represents a much better chance of getting a ceasefire deal and you know, not sending $1 million squadrillion to Israel. Trump doesn't like sending money to other countries? Yeah, he does. Trump loves sending money to other countries. He just doesn't like sending it abroad for good things. Trump doesn't like investing in... Here, let me mute this for a second. Trump doesn't like investing in international aid programs. He doesn't like investing in human rights causes. What he does like doing is investing in businesses that will give him favorable business deals. He likes investing in shit that makes the world worse. you know, big businesses that will, you know, for example, fund death squads and shit like that. But he does not like funding the very meager efforts that the United States has taken to, you know, mitigate the damage that businesses do and that, like, very authoritarian actors do across the world, you know? I'm dead. Okay. Light a box. Thank you. Oh, there's Ilhan Omar. I hope she has a speaking spot at the convention. I have a feeling that she'd be able to pull a lot of energy or to inspire a lot of energy in the crowd, similar to how AOC did on day one. So that'd be the day before yesterday. I'm gonna chain this. Watch this. Imagine. That would have been cool. What? Oh, that's probably copyright, so, you know, can't do that. Person hit a wall there. So I guess that was my question from earlier answered. I was speculating, like, I wonder what the angle of this will be. Like the families talking about the hostages, because it's sometimes the case. It very rarely nowadays, but there was a point where, like, a lot of people sort of I mean, rightly so, put the blame on Hamas for taking the hostages and for, well, being a far-right militant group in the Middle East, you know, Islamist militant group, many such cases. But I'm glad that the discussion about getting a hostage and ceasefire deal are now very sort of bundled together, in that they're putting the onus of the issue on Benjamin Netanyahu, because he's been the main obstacle to anything good happening there. You know, I was a little bit worried that they'd be like, and that means we need to send more money to Israel and whatever, and bomb Hamas into the ground even more or whatever. But, you know, that's just the Netanyahu line. Even a lot of families of the hostages in Israel don't really go to that line. You know, people just want to see their family members returned home.
With worth. In those towers was a tenant president named Miss Virginia Jones. Her son was murdered in the 1980s in the lobby of one of those buildings, but she was a woman of invincible joy. And I'll tell you this, I used to ask her, how are you so joyful? And she would always tell me, as a church woman, she'd say, the joy I have, the world didn't give it to me. Come on now.
There's something interesting here that I want to comment on.
She taught me that you gotta generate the joy. That hope is the active conviction that despair will never have the last word. And so tonight, there are so many challenges in our nation. There are so many problems that we're facing. Heck, if America hasn't broken your heart, you don't love her enough. But yet we will be joyful warriors. We are gonna bring back to the journey of our nation joy. And if there's any tradition in America that has helped us to generate that joy, it has been the artists of America.
Okay. I think now I can comment a little bit on this. He kind of invoked the the joyous tendencies of a woman on sort of the grounds that she's a church lady. Of course, having been having lived in the South my whole life and having been to various parts of the Deep South to visit, like, or not Deep South, but like deeper South to visit family, I can vouch for the fact that there is there's definitely a type of Southern religious lady who will just put joy in her life and whatever. As much as I am, in fact, a Reddit atheist who thinks all religion is cringe, and people are cringe for practicing that shit, that's very real. And what I wanted to comment on was that this is a sort of glimpse into what the Democrats have been talking about, but Raphael Warnock would be a more full look at that. Maybe I'll get to that on another stream. The Democrats are actually tapping back into a more religious base of support. Also, there's music playing, so I'm not going to unmute it. Thank you. Atheism L? No, actually, atheism W. Religion is an institution of social control. It has been for centuries. It's been a actually pretty massive obstacle to many social and civil rights movements. At times it's been an asset, but most of the time it's been a massive obstacle. It represents a very reactionary, hierarchical method of organization. So, shit's bad. But the Democrats seem to be like tapping back into the religious base of support, which is great because it deprives Republicans of another mode of accessing power. Republicans can't even claim to be the party of godliness anymore because, now it's the Democrats appealing to the sort of like biblically inspired compassion or whatever that a lot of people feel. And I think that is great strategy. We want all the nice Southern church ladies on our side. That's what we want, because they're great. And, believe it or not, if you study history, if you study the history of the labor movement, the labor movement actually drew a lot from biblical references. They would invoke sort of Christ-like tendencies and behavior to justify demands of socialist and labor movements the world around. It was only in the 1970s and 80s, I believe, that there were like very televangelist or televangelist adjacent Christian orgs that started to co-opt the sort of image and aesthetic of Christianity to serve a very reactionary right-wing agenda in the United States. Sort of bringing that pendulum back. A lot of religious people were very pro-labor and left-leaning relative to the general population, of course. But the institutions were very reactionary. They tried to capitalize on that and had some success in the 70s and 80s and, up until the 2010s. But now it seems like that's shifting a little bit. Gotta go? Yeah, see ya. Hope you come back sometime. Oh yeah, I should mention as well. I have it muted so it didn't immediately come up. It didn't immediately like cross my mind. But the Democrats having a lot of music playing, like licensed or otherwise, and having a variety of performers really gives this a similar vibe to like a fun club experience and stuff like that. Like whereas the Republican convention was very fucking boring. This is sort of billed as a good time for all people involved.
I want you all to know tonight is about joy. American history, our common history, is a testimony to taking on the insurmountable and achieving the impossible. That should bring us joy. Our progress never ever came easy. But in America, We do hard things. We built labor unions and small businesses.
There we go. That's Cory Booker is a really good summary of a lot of the stuff that's been going on at the DNC this year.
World-changing innovation.
Also notice there were quite a few people who cheered for the labor unions bit, but not for the small business bit. Labor politics are back, baby, and I'm happy about it.
And Social Security for our seniors. Look at who we are. Against bigotry and hate, we advanced equal rights for all Americans. Civil rights, workers' rights, LGBTQ rights, reproductive rights.
I'm getting kind of excited for queer and women's rights, of course. Naturally.
We did all of this in a way that didn't pit American against American. We did this by healing rifts, by bridging divides, by pulling people together. And all the while, we in this nation lived up to our calling and our creed to be a more perfect union, to make this one nation under God a little more indivisible. Now you all know this. Trump betrays these ideals. He viciously attacks Democrats and Republicans. His put-downs know no shame. John McCain's military
This is something that I don't wholly disagree with, or wholly agree with, rather.
People with disabilities, trans people, our veterans. He is indiscriminate in his put-downs. His is the politics of smear and fear, not inspiration and elevation. Donald Trump speaks more of American carnage than American compassion. But in America, you can't lead the people if you don't love the people. All the people. Now, our nominees, Kamala.
So, okay. Now's a good opportunity to talk about that, since that was, nice straightaway or whatever. I don't, obviously I don't disagree with any of the things being said on a factual basis or whatever, like the whole, yeah, like, Trump is fucking everythingist. Like, he will almost indiscriminately all sorts of, bad things and whatever. But what I do disagree with is the strategy that is employing. And that is a strategy of civility politics. Because civility politics is part of what got America into such a mess with fascism in the first place. Because the Republicans were able to sort of grift and drift to the right by disingenuously relying on civility politics as sort of a bludgeon with which to hit Democrats, because they knew the Democrats were so civility-pilled that they would instantly shy away from any challenge. And civility politics is fucking dumb, let's be real. We have one side of the political aisle, the far right, who are absolute monsters and want to kill everybody. They're just, you hear the way they talk about issues like climate change and the doomsday prophecy and how they link the two, and how they are so obsessed with the politics of subjugating groups they believe to inferior. They're just in a death cult, right? You have the Republicans, in parentheses, death cult, and then you have the Democrats, in parentheses, not a death cult. You don't need to have the sort of dinner table politeness affect when you're talking with somebody that wants to see everybody who is part of a group they dislike be killed, right? It's the they go low, we go high shit. And there's history to back this up, that this strategy does not work, at least not from the sense of winning. I mean, maybe it helps some of the Democratic leadership feel good about themselves, that they are a more virtuous people than the Republicans. But that's not it's not saying much when you don't have that much in the way of action, because you're too busy shooting yourself in the foot by trying to be nice to the person that wants all of you to die, or the political actors that want you to all die.
In them. Say it with me now. I believe in America because kings dare to dream the impossible dream because Neil Armstrong went to impossible heights, and because when we elect Kamala Harris, there is not a boy or girl in America from any creed, color, or heritage that will ever think being president of the United States is impossible again. Say it with me. I believe in America, the land of hope and
That was jank, but it worked.
I believe in America, the land of courage and compassion. I believe in America, where we share common ground and common cause and one common destiny. And let me tell you, if you believe in America, if you love in America, then you will work for America. And when we work together, when we stand together, when we organize together, when we vote together, I will tell you this, when we fight,
I got him.
we win. Ladies and gentlemen, Veronica Escobar.
Another blue shell, huh?
Buenas noches. Like countless Texans, I grew up going back and forth across the border from El Paso to Ciudad Juarez. My family would
Nice going.
have dinner, go to the doctor, pick up medicine.
Watch this game remove. Oh, never mind.
Is my beloved home, the place where my children grew up. Forget what you hear on the news. I'm from there. When it comes to the border, hear me when I say, you know
First place.
nothing, Donald Trump. He and his Republican imitators
Ooh.
see the
I actually wonder if this is going to be like
opportunity to exploit instead of an issue to address. Congress hasn't passed comprehensive immigration reform in nearly 4 decades. The 3 times they
This could be good,
tried,
maybe?
Republicans blocked legislation
'Cause this is
that
as
would
much,
have
like,
funded border
agenda
security
setting as
and
anything.
created a more humane immigration system. They are not serious people. You know who is serious? Kamala Harris.
okay, they're at least alluding to not being a, you know, the God's strongest violators of human rights or whatever on the issue of immigration.
She was curious. She asked questions. She listened. And she didn't care if the cameras were on. Most of all, she recognized that the situation at the border is complicated, as filled with opportunities as it is with challenges. All Republicans have to offer is demonization and bluster. Democrats have solutions. With Kamala Harris as president, we can live up to the promise of America. We can strengthen legal pathways to immigration. We can secure
Okay, that's
our
something for
borders,
sure.
and we can treat with dignity those who seek a better future within them.
I'm glad that the Democrats are kind of moving away from the whole tough on the border rhetoric.
I have a question for you. Who really wants a solution at our border?
Our administration worked
Very
on the
relevant
most
ad
significant
material,
border
okay.
security bill in decades. Some of the most conservative Republicans in Washington, D.C. supported the bill. Even the Border Patrol endorsed it.
That's not something you want to advertise, but okay.
Some personnel, new technology that can detect and stop fentanyl, more judges, and faster asylum processing. For the first time in decades, a chance at a real bipartisan solution.
But at the last minute, Trump directed his allies in the Senate to vote it down.
Yeah, that bill. Okay, the bill that they're talking about, not a good bill, like by any stretch, because of the kind of shit that it did, like for / to the office of the presidency, you know. But it is true that the bill contained some stuff that was good. Overall, it was not very good. But I think the thing that was important is that you know, that it didn't pass. I didn't want this bill to pass because it would have basically turned the presidency even more authoritarian. But thankfully, the Democrats got what they, got the outcome where it didn't pass, and now they get to say, like, oh, Republicans don't actually care about border security because we tried to work with them on it, and they were like, no, I don't want this to be fixed, I just want it to be a problem. Trump actually said that. He said that he doesn't want the issues at the border to be resolved. He wants them to be an issue that he can campaign on.
Please welcome Connecticut Senator Chris Murphy.
I don't care about Chris Murphy. Probably just have this going until the 9 p.m. hour when Bill Clinton and Nancy Pelosi come on. Or something like that. Maybe. Although, let's remember, too, the Democrats are going to try their hardest. If I know the Democratic Party, even though the unions are a big thing, and I'll get to that in a sec, the Democrats are going to try their hardest to not do anything once they get into office. They're going to try very hard to cook up excuses. We all remember the bit about the parliamentarian and, like, whatever the fuck, some random staffer with no power, and they were like, oh, well, because of this person, we couldn't do it. It's like, fucking great. Glad to know that you actually care about nothing. They're going to, every good thing that they've said here, they are going to try their hardest not to do. But this is where the unions come in. This is where a lot of the groups of people that I said are present here come in, because there's a lot of interest groups that genuinely do support these things and want them to happen. And that is where you get political pressure. Democrats don't want to do anything good. They don't want to do anything. They're liberals. They have an ideological bias towards the status quo. But they are very vulnerable to political pressure because, as a product of being liberals, they are also wimps and feckless for the most part, with some exceptions being like the way Kamala Harris has conducted this campaign, how she's, threatened or rather challenged Trump to a debate, which he has tried to back out of numerous times. So in that way, with enough political pressure, you can pressure the Democrats into doing the things that they said they would do. And that is what I'm hoping happens as a result of this. The Democrats are functionally announcing, here's this thing that we're going to try not to do, but we think sounds good in order to get us votes, and stuff like that. Because a lot of the stuff that they're proposing, some of it offends the big business interests to a degree, so obviously you don't want to do that. And then with the border, that's even good for big business interests, but they still don't really want to do anything about it. But that gives people a target. It gives all sorts of interest groups that have various objectives in politics a target to say, hey, you remember this thing that you said you wanted on the campaign trail? Here's a plan that we've drafted, or here we're willing to work with you here, here, and here in order to do that thing, and that makes it easier for you. And that's how things happen in politics, for the most part. With with a liberal political party, a lot of times they kind of stand there with their hands in their pockets. But like I said, it's a good target for people to aim at. He got me that time. Oh, you slimy bitch. I slowed down. I was like, okay, he's got reds. He's going to throw him, whatever. I wasn't going to pass him anyways. But, you know, he wanted to red me specifically. Must be stream sniping. Maybe. Either that or he knows I've been, like, kicking everybody's ass or something. I don't know. Anyway, what's Chris Murphy going on about?
Of America, and it's Kamala Harris. Thank you very much, Democrats.
Oh, okay, I got him just as he was wrapping up. Cool.
Please welcome Bexar County Sheriff Javier Salazar.
This is some... Even the crowd is really good at this kind of politics, too, because you see a lot of USA signs in the crowd. At the RNC, what kind of signs did you see in the crowd? Mass deportation now. All of the politics that they were repping at the RNC were about which group of people do we target with the apparatuses of the state. This one is about, yeah, we love America. We want to succeed. We want the working class to succeed. Whatever. There were a lot of union signs in the crowd as well on day one. You know, it's a lot more affirmative in the sense of what do we support as opposed to negative in the sense of like what do we oppose? Like, oh, what do we oppose? Brown people at the RNC. Like, we want to deport millions and millions of immigrants. I think Trump even said as much. You know, that's why the sign said, you know, mass deportation. Thing that has definitely done anything good ever anytime a country has decided to pursue that kind of reactionary policy. But anyways, what's this guy saying?
Worked to stop the traffickers, and when the traffickers didn't stop, she put them in jail. Now, down in my neck of the woods, we call that fooling around and finding out. I may be paraphrasing a bit.
Many such cases.
We protect them. Now, the border sheriffs that I know, right, and we're like Kamala. We protect and serve. We enforce the law. We show compassion. And we fight like hell to protect our border.
Gonna take a, you know, over-under odds on that one.
When we fight, we win.
Please welcome California Representative Pete Aguilar.
Pete Aguilar, chair of the Democratic Caucus.
Another blue shell.
For 4 generations, my family has called California home. I grew up in San Bernardino, a working class community defined by family,
working class. This is a very subtle thing, but it is significant that there are now Democrats willing to talk about the working class as opposed to just the middle class.
Dream possible.
Dang it. The worst of all possible outcomes there. Jeez.
American dream so that every family can earn a living, own a home, and reach their full potential. This is a vision for America that Donald Trump will never understand. All he knows is chaos and division. He talks about tearing American families apart, pitting neighbor against neighbor, community against community.
I got second? I don't know how that works. Maybe I'm lagging a bit.
Compare that to what Kamala Harris has done as vice president. Almost 500,000 people who live here and are married to a U.S. citizen can now apply for lawful permanent residence. College have easier access to work visas.
You know, this is good signaling towards like the legal pathways for immigration and stuff. Obviously, this needs a massive overhaul, like that other woman said. That the U.S. hasn't had a comprehensive immigration bill passed in 40 years, if not more. You know, we're overdue for that one. But you know, I do appreciate that the Democrats have started to, at least at this convention, they're like, okay, let's not do the whole tough on the border kind of rhetoric that the Republicans do. Let's instead focus on the legal pathways to immigration, because obviously you need immigration as a country like the United States.
Our community understands the stakes in this election because we believe in the promise of this country. We believe our nation is stronger when we keep families together. We believe our union is more perfect when dreamers become doctors, teachers, construction workers.
Also, the fact that they're tapping into...
Latinos believe in that American dream and a brighter future. One where we secure our border,
Only 4
fix our
people? Oh,
broken
6.
immigration
Okay, there's 3
system,
people.
and unlock economic opportunity for all. And together, we will win. Thank you.
I do think it's noteworthy as well. It seems like the Democrats are trying to tap into a base of support for, like, people in border states. And by border states, I mostly mean Texas, right? Like, the Republicans, the far right is starting to sweat, even in states like Texas that have previously been, like, conservative strongholds and stuff,
So many
you know?
of my dreams came a little bit closer.
It is disheartening to know that the
Careful,
court
mate.
system may end DACA next year. And to also hear Donald Trump calling for mass deportations.
It is time that we recognize dreamers for who they are. We are contributors to this great nation.
I support Vice President Harris, who has continued to fight for DACA recipients.
She was the one who stood with us, who sat with us, who heard our stories.
We need a future President Harris to ensure that dreamers like me can continue to work and provide
Oh, this
for
is more of that
ourselves,
messaging,
our
yeah.
communities, and our families.
Please welcome United States Marine Corps veteran Carlos Eduardo Espina.
Buenas noches, mi gente. My name is Carlos Eduardo Espina. And if 2 decades ago, when my parents immigrated...
Bro, no way! They got a streamer! Let's go! That's funny as fuck.
You told them that one day their son...
Bro, Republicans... Oh, wait, hold on.
...followers on social media, graduate law school, and speak at the Democratic National Convention, they might not believe you.
Bro, the fact that this is such a funny fucking flex. Whoever's organizing this stuff, like the people doing the brunt of the work in the Democratic Party are disproportionately younger than the leadership that tell them to do that work. You know, such as the nature of a relatively hierarchical organization, whatever. They must have, like, somebody who is chronically online, or at least a decent amount of online, knows their shit, because they saw that Republicans were going for the fucking 4chan and Twitter Nazi vote, and they were like, all right, what if we just decided to lean into the Reddit demographic, fucking gamers, and, like, Twitch degenerates? Which I guess is, at least some of those categories include me, so, you know. Basically, what I'm trying to say is I feel seen, and it is extremely funny. And also, like, pretty good political strategy.
We draw our people, our
Watch this.
strength from every country and every corner of the world. Reagan knew that welcoming immigrants is not a Democratic or a Republican value, it is an American value.
Bro, this is some gamer shit. Invoking Reagan? This is the kind of, like...
Immigrant is to be pro-America.
Usually I don't like it when the Democrats try to, like, beat the Republicans at their own game, because that means just them being right-wing. You know, usually not a fan of that. But in this case, I support it because it's very funny. And because there's a major difference in the form of usually the Democrats use like, oh, let's beat the Republicans at their own game as an excuse to be more conservative and support bad things that don't work. But here they're doing it and saying like, let's instead do it the other way around, where we invoke a person who was horrible and supported terrible things, but did support one good thing to sort of shut up the opposition about the stuff that we support. Because the Republican Party always, like, even if they don't talk about freedom much anymore, what they do talk about is, like, being the party of Reagan and shit. Oh, no. That was very janky setup for that. Didn't work the way I would have liked.
Who dreamed of working in the White House? It was a hard decision. But as an American, it was the right one. I saw how Donald Trump undermined our intelligence community, our military leaders, and ultimately our democratic process. Now, he's doing it again, lying and laying the groundwork to undermine this election. It's his MO. To sow doubt and division. That's what Trump wants, because it's the only way he wins. And that's what our foreign adversaries want. The only way they win.
This is a good bit to appeal to conservatives, I think. At least to, you know, basically flip the tables and divide the Republican Party so that they can't, you know, turn the country into a fascist dictatorship, so that they're like, you know, I don't know about supporting this whole Trump guy. Seems a little bit anti-American, you know. Something like that. You just got to be again, it's just got to be one of those things where it's sort of the other way around from the usual Democratic strategy of let's just be Republicans. They're instead saying, hey, let's find Republicans. Basically do tokenism, but with like people of the opposing ideology, as opposed to like people of a certain racial, ethnic, or other minority group or whatever, to be like, see, this person supports us. So, like, the Democrats aren't really having to commit to any substantial like compromises or agenda changes by getting this person up here and saying like, look, I don't support Trump or whatever. And I think that's important, because it's like a subtle switch up of the usual narrative where they're like, oh, you know, we care so much about border security that we'll just do fascism. Like, great, thank you. You're really showing them. No, that's kind of tragic. I went for the snipe because I thought it'd be funny, but it did not hit who I intended it to hit. Get rid of that. One mushroom. What does that do for me? Probably not a ton, but maybe something. Okay, third place is something, for sure.
Hard part out of the way, I am a Republican. But tonight, I stand here as an American.
This is more of that stuff that I think that, like, you know, the Democrats are probably pretty well served to tap into the slim base of Republicans that still do support free and fair elections, at least on principle. Basically to say, hey, look how crazy the GOP is that now Republicans are defecting to agree with us, at least sometimes. You know? Although, again, this is one of those things where, like, one very easily becomes the other, because, like I said earlier, the bias of the Democratic Party as a liberal party is towards not doing anything. And if they're trying to cultivate a base of political support from a more conservative ideological place, then that's going to be another group of interest that is exerting pressure on them. And you don't want that. You really don't want... well, you don't want conservative policies, basically. Those tend to make the world worse.
It's chaotic and crazy, and the only thing left to do is dump Trump.
True. Can't wait for the next wave of, like, principled conservatives to basically be indistinguishable from resistance libs. It will be so funny.
It's more like a cult worshiping a felonious thug. Look, you don't have to agree with every policy position of Kamala Harris. I don't. But you do have to recognize her prosecutor mindset that understands right from wrong.
The prosecutor grind set. Let's go.
It will bring leadership to the White House that Donald Trump could never do. Let me be clear to my Republican friends at home watching.
Oh, shit.
If you vote for Kamala Harris in 2024, you're not a Democrat. You're a patriot.
That's good messaging. I can, like, you can almost, like, get a sense of the support for Trump, like, eroding away as the convention goes on longer and longer. People chanting USA in the crowd.
In our family, my wife Brooke and I are raising 3 boys, and we have a family motto. And it says, doing the right thing will never be the wrong thing. During 2020, during just the lowest of lows, when we had armed officers outside our house protecting us from other Republicans, Donald Trump had targeted us. My son came downstairs.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And he handed me
I
this
forgot this
poster
happened.
that I'd given him years before at a father-son retreat for our church. And he said, hey, Dad, doing the right thing will never be the wrong thing. Stay strong.
That is definitely something that's worth mentioning. When Trump, you know, tried to do the whole election denialism shtick during the 2020 election and leading up to the insurrection in 2021.
Do it in November.
Yep. Mike Pence was not the first or the last person whose life he threatened. It was just the most, like, televised and famous example of that. In Georgia was a particularly contested state because Trump was trying to cheat, and also it was pretty unprecedented that Georgia went to the Democrats. Trump actually sicked his supporters on election officials in the Georgia state government and the election offices who weren't willing to basically throw out the election results and just arbitrarily choose Trump as the winner of the election. Like, genuinely psychotic stuff. And like, when this guy talks about, like, him and his family and whatever fearing for their life from other Republicans, that shit is as real as it gets, you know? That shit is so real. You know? Showing footage of January 6th. Rightly so, I believe. Let me shape up my driving gear. All right, 3 for 3. Damn, won that one by a country mile.
We made them say ability to leave, so if we're going to leave, we need to do it now. We lost the line! We lost the line! All MPD, pull back! All MPD, pull back into the upper deck! ASAP!
H208 with 4 members. The doors barricade. There's people flooded the hallways outside. We have no way out.
Officers still remaining on the house floor, so we can secure the members on the other side. Copy. Get them up!
I'm gonna actually leave this room.
And if I win, I will be looking very, very strongly about pardons. And I mean,
Ooh, that's a good one. That's a good line.
Just to many, an apology.
Like, that's a good line.
They were peaceful people. These were great people. The crowd was unbelievable. And I mentioned the word love, the love in the air. I've never seen anything like it.
Let's try some of the 3DS courses first.
Please welcome
Okay.
Mississippi Representative Benny Thompson.
Benny Thompson. All right. Oh shit. Okay, that's how you do that.
Like most of my colleagues, I had one goal: to uphold the votes of the American people, the cornerstone of our American democracy. But as what you just witnessed, let me remind you that the members of that violent mob had another goal. They wanted to stop the peaceful transfer of power for the first time in American democracy. Thank God they failed.
Oh no.
Because
I fucked up the shortcut.
we settle our differences at the ballot box, not through violence.
Okay. They're going back to the typical line. I think this is, like, as much as it's a good line, it's kind of in some ways tainted by the fact that the Democrats did fuck all in response to January 6th. Hopefully we'll see that change during Kamala Harris's administration, at least somewhat. I think now that Kamala Harris has sort of officially been nominated, it just occurred to me, now there's sort of like a different phase of the election going on where now they're trying to be like, okay, how do we proceed after this? You know, like, how do you capitalize off of this kind of momentum? Like, electorally speaking. And hopefully Kamala Harris and Tim Walz strike the same tone that they have been, which is the, like, Republicans are massive weirdos line, and all the rest of that stuff, because I think they would be well served to do so. It would be a real shame if they actually moderated towards the election, because that historically, moderating your campaign message as the election nears is historically what has made the gap between presidential candidates so close, because it, like, you voluntarily, in effect, you voluntarily make yourself less compelling to the voters you're trying to draw, if that makes sense.
Now, I immigrated to the U.S. from the Dominican Republic when I was 12. I became an American citizen. I was a sergeant in the U.S.
One of the
Army
Capitol
and a
policemen.
Capitol Police officer. I had seen violence while serving in Iraq, but nothing prepared me for January 6th. We officers risked everything to protect innocent people. We were beaten and blinded. I was assaulted with a pole attached to the American flag. President Trump
That's not how that's
summoned
supposed to
our
be.
attackers
Counterintuitive.
and sided with them. He betrayed us. When I joined the army,
We're
in
drifting
Capitol
towards the wall that
Police,
you're
I
closer
took an
to.
oath to defend the Constitution. I did so with duty in my soul, and I still feel it. To Donald Trump, I ask, why don't you?
I don't think I need to hear too much of this. I think I know generally the direction that this is going to take. I guess if I had to offer some critique of the Democratic Party, right? Because like I said, they are liberals and I hate them. It still does seem like there's kind of a conflicting... It seems like there's conflicting undertones, right? At the DNC. That's what it seems like. Conflicting undertones between the labor movement and the sort of party establishment that caters more to the middle class and to small business owners. You know, and that, like, intentionally leaves the working class out. Because believe me when I say that, like, it is intentional. When they say middle class, it is on purpose that they leave out the working class and that they leave out unions. The Democrats kind of abandoned union politics for the longest time, you know, since the 1970s and 80s. I think it starting with Carter, for the most part. I guess that conflicting undertones that I mentioned, that sort of harkens back to the Democratic Party wanting to not do anything and it being a battle of interest groups trying to get them to do something in one direction or the other. You know, the Democrats are going to usually be more willing to cater to small business owner interests because of the, like, ideological leanings of the party as a liberal party. But I think... if anything, I think that's a signal that the unions really need to keep up the pressure. And like, we can't take the unions for granted now that they're back. Because if we do, the Democrats are going to feel comfortable enough ignoring them again. You know, and I don't want that. I think a lot of people don't want that. Anyway, who's this?
Texans denied our voice. Donald Trump's Republicans are making it harder for us to vote, but we won't let them get away with it.
Oh, that's true.
Kamala Harris won't let them get away with it either. She's fought for our freedoms. She's fought for our voice, but we will only be heard if we vote. As the saying goes, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. So Gen Z, let's...
You know what? That's kind of... That's true.
And cast our ballots this November for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. And now, ladies and gentlemen, American icon Stevie Wonder.
Stevie Wonder? Oh shit, they got everybody for this. This is fucking most ambitious crossover event in history, you know? Okay, I think I understand generally how to race this track. I'm gonna mute this. And I will change course. I'm learning how a cart works. Just to familiarize myself with this shit. So if I do go a cart for the funny haha in the future, I'll know what to do. Alright, sure, let's do DK Jungle. This one's a little bit more complicated. one thing that is good that like Democrats could easily be moved on. You want to get them on the stuff that they're that they're very easily moved upon first. You know, that's kind of how playing an effective political strategy or implementing a effective political strategy works. One of the things that Democrats have been very pliable on up to now and are especially pliable on now is voting rights. You know, like the whole making it easier for people to vote, because when that happens, Democrats win. But as a general ideological trend, you know, forgetting the whole Democrat versus Republican association here, what that means is that more left-leaning candidates win, right? That's the sort of trend that exists when more people are able to vote, more left-leaning candidates are able to win. That weakens the opposition to good things in the future. So if it's like it's almost like there are a number of issues that you can use as a foot in the door. That, you know, if you get an inch here, that means you can get, like, because of the increased amount of political attention and awareness you will be introducing into politics, you'll get a mile later. Does that make sense? So, like, as a product of more people voting, you're going to see America move steadily to the left on things like labor protections, on things like women's rights, on things like immigration, on things like healthcare and whatnot, because these are things that people want. And these are things that would greatly benefit the United States and, you know, all the people that live here. You take the W's where you can get them. And you remember that the Democratic Party is not your friend. In fact, that's critical to your strategy being successful. Because if you assume that the Democratic Party's bias is not to help you or not to grant like your requests or demands or whatever in terms of like political policies that they would support or pass or whatever, then that makes it so that you're that much more vigilant in pursuing those things. You know, the Democratic Party is not a good ally, but they are the perfect opposition in that they are weak enough to sometimes give you what you want. You know, because the apparatus of government, it's like you as a political like actor or set of interests, like as the labor movement, as the women's rights movement, as the civil rights movement, whatever it is, right? Voting rights. You want something, right? You want an advancement of rights for certain people, right? Or you want an advancement of rights for all people in a certain issue. The government wants to not give that to you. So, to weaken that natural bias of the apparatus of the state, you staff the state, you fill the state with people that are at the very least sympathetic to that cause. Not so that they will be effective allies, but so that they will be impotent opposition. God, I love the purple mini turbo. It's so cool. I just started the drift. Yep, too early. It's a good thing I did that. I want to get a whole lap of the track, and then that'll be good. Okay, they're playing copyrighted music. Can't unmute. So let's take an example of what I'm talking about here. Let's go with the labor movement. The labor movement, in this case, Sean Fain, what do we want? We want communism. We want socialism. Or some shit like that, right? Like, you know, just take a set of demands like, we want the workers to own the companies where we work, or something like that. We want democracy at the company. It is the government's job to not give that to us. It's the government's job to keep everything the same and to side with the business interests, right? So... How do you deal with that? Well, you elect people to government. That's like, on the one hand, if you are sympathetic to the labor movement, you elect people to the government that at least talk the talk, knowing that they won't walk the walk, because then that becomes a lot easier for the labor unions to apply pressure and be like, hey, look, if you want our continued support, then, you know, as the government has its own sets of interests, like if you want to realize your interests and if you want to like be able to rely on our support, you have to give us some compromises and assurances and policies that you will pass, right? That further our objectives, such as how politics works. Meanwhile, the Republicans, the reason the Republicans are so bad is because they represent a bad ally and the strongest possible opposition to good things. In fact, they are very active in the opposite direction. They are very interested in using the artifices of the state to make people's lives worse, to subjugate women to the domicile and to like state power by saying we will dictate when, how, and like if you are allowed to give birth or whatever. We will dictate whether or not you have the right to, like, what, fucking own a bank account or some shit. We will dictate whether or not you have the right to exist within a certain set of borders and territories. That's the sort of position on immigration there. You know? And so if you're the labor movement, if you're the women's rights movement, you're a voting rights movement, you know, civil rights movement, and you approach the Republican Party, well, good fucking luck, because they hate you and they want you to die, and they are very committed to not just the government not doing anything, which is a way more pliable position than, you know, what the Republicans actually have, but they're committed to using the artifices of government against, like, everybody that isn't like a Nazi ideologue or a massive business owner. Oh, Cory Booker's back. Bro, he's like a main feature of this event.
We're just getting started, y'all. And this is a segment that I am very, very excited about. Because it might be Wednesday night. And we might be in Chicago. But it's starting to feel like something I've wanted to say my whole life. Live from New York, it's Saturday night. Please welcome Kenan Thompson.
All right, I'm muting the Saturday Night Live bit. Wait, never mind. He's got the Project 2025 book. I'm unmuting it. Political support to Saturday Night Live for doing the based and red pilled Project 2025 bit.
All right, y'all remember this big old book from before?
I do remember the book.
Colorado Governor Jared Polis ripped a page out of it. This is Project 2025, the Republican blueprint for a second Trump term. It is boo. It is a real document that you can read for yourself at kamalaharris.com/Project 2025. You ever seen a document that could kill a small animal and democracy at the same time?
Ooh, that's very real.
Here it is. You know how when you download an app and there are hundreds of pages there that you don't read, it's just the terms and conditions, and you just click agree, right? Well, these are the terms and conditions of a second Trump presidency. You vote for him, you vote for all of this. Let's take a look.
He slammed the book down, but he had the mic in his hand, so it just made like a clap sound.
Matt, how are you, sir? All right, Matt. Now, Matt, I understand that you work as an AV tech in Nevada, and you make a decent hourly wage. Is that right? Oh, I don't know if we can hear Matt. Can we hear Matt? So who's gonna fix it? Keep speaking, Matt, so we can hear you. Okay, that's good. I guess we're gonna move on from Matt. And this is Becky. Becky, can we hear you?
Hi, Kenan. It's great to be here.
Thank you. All right, good. Now, Becky, you're married, correct?
I am. Me and my wife have been together for about 8 years.
Oh, that's amazing. Very, very cute.
Thanks.
But I have got some bad news for you.
You're unmarried. God damn.
Project 2025 calls for the elimination of protections for LGBTQ plus Americans.
True.
So yeah, right back to the Stone Age. I'm afraid so.
Right back to the Stone Age. That's terrible.
Yeah, it is. Thank you, Becky, for being here and making that wonderful point. All right, next up, we have Nirvana. Nirvana, are you with us? And your people are with us as well? All right, good. Now, Nirvana, I understand that you are on insulin to manage your diabetes, yes?
Yes, and thanks to President Biden and Vice President Harris, I only pay $35 a month for my insulin.
That's, like, unironically one of the most base things to come out of the Biden and Harris administration is that.
Great. But on page 465, Project 2025 calls for millions of people like yourself to pay more for prescription drugs like insulin.
Why?
Why? Well, I guess maybe to help Big Pharma make more money that they can donate to Republican politicians, I assume.
Yeah.
This is obviously a comedy bit, but that is the reason.
It does make sense.
The
Anita. Anita, are you there?
The reason for a lot of drugs being as expensive as they are is literally just because they can. Because of the inelastic demand and shit. There's no limit to what they can charge if the government doesn't say, you know, there is an implied gun to the back of your head if you charge more than this much, you know?
She is an OBGYN that delivers babies. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, yeah. It's bad news, isn't it?
It sure is. On page 459, Project 2025 resurrects a law from the 1800s called the Comstock Act to ban abortion.
Oh yeah, the Comstock
And
Act.
throw healthcare providers in jail.
Literally pre-Civil War law from the territory of Arizona, I believe? Or something like that.
Let's do one more. Is Sharia with us? Sharia, are you there?
Hey, Keenan, I'm here.
Yes, Sharia. I love it. All right. Let's talk to you. I understand that you work for the federal government?
Yes, sir. I'm in the United States Department of Education. I'm a proud civil servant.
Nice. Oh yeah, Republicans just want to straight up delete the Department of Education. No more education for you.
Department of Education, and she's a proud civil servant. Well, unfortunately for you, on page 78, Project 2025 calls for President Trump to purge the civil service of everyone who isn't a MAGA loyalist. Are you a MAGA loyalist?
Now, Keenan, absolutely not.
I'm just asking. I mean, you might as well be, because also page 319 calls for the complete elimination of the Department of Education.
Yeah, there we go. There it is. No more Department of Ed.
There's a bunch of stuff in here, but that's all we have time for at the moment. Just remember,
I sincerely hope they bring up the part where they want to abolish the weather service. Like, seriously.
you can read it online at kamalaharris.com/Project 2025.
Ooh, Bowser
And most
Castle.
importantly, you can stop it from ever happening by electing Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States.
This bit was better than the one on the first day. You know, the bit on the first day was about, like, federal employees and the kind of bureaucracy. That's not stuff that you can very easily gin up a crowd for. Oh, wait, this is copyright. That's not stuff that you can very easily gin up a crowd for. But when you say, like, hey, here's a page where the Republicans want to take away your rights. Here's a page where the Republicans want to take away your rights. Here's a page where Republicans want to take away your rights. And here's a page where the Republicans want to delete the entire Department of Education from existence so that nobody can get an education. Ain't that great? No? Well, then you should, you know, abandon the fucking Republican Party. You know, they're bad, I hear.
National Convention. My name
Oh, it's
is
Mindy
Kaling.
Mindy Kaling. Let's see.
For those of you who don't know me, Gen Z actress who
That's
you
true.
might recognize from The Office. Thank you, The Mindy Project. Or as the woman who courageously outed Kamala Harris as Indian in an Instagram cooking video.
That's true.
Yes.
Many
You're
such
welcome.
cases.
I am so proud to be here supporting.
Okay, I don't know if there's gonna be much of interest that's sort of touched upon here, but I'm basically, you know how somebody has like a pang or like a hankering for a certain kind of food or whatever. I am like have a pang for somebody to bring up that the Project 2025 calls for the abolition of the fucking Weather Service and the Americans with Disabilities Act. Like, they hate the Weather Service, they hate, you know, disabled people. Like, everybody, that the Weather Service one would be a massive appeal to people in the Midwest. Like, the Republicans want to take away your fucking tornado sirens. Not even exaggerating. That's National Weather Service equipment. And the Republicans want to get rid of the National Weather Service.
Express my support for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to be the next president and vice president of the United
Dude, that went better. That section was better that time.
Over the last few years, House Democrats have been hard at work, and we could not have asked for a better leader to partner with than President Joseph Robinette Biden, who will go down as one of the most consequential presidents of all time.
You know what? As much as that's gassing up Biden, I think that's true.
President Biden selflessly passed the torch to Vice President Kamala Harris.
Okay, here's the thing. The passing the torch is huge. The union stuff is also huge. You know? Like, Joe Biden being a pro-union president, like, that was huge for the labor movement to come back. In as short of a time as it did, too. Like, every president since Carter has been anti-union. You know, Carter was very iffy on unions. Reagan obviously did a lot of union busting. Fucking George Bush Sr. did union busting. Bill Clinton was not even pro-union. Like, you know, Bill Clinton and Barack Obama, the two Democratic presidents, before Biden, were wait, did I say Clinton and Carter? Clinton and Obama. So the two Democratic presidents between Carter and Biden were very, like, not good on the issue of unions. And then every other president has been a Republican who is, well, anti-unions. They've you know, at best, not really paid attention to the unions. So on that front, yes, he's very consequential president. On another front, on the passing the torch to Kamala Harris and whatever, I guess, yeah, that's pretty consequential too, because it's like, you know, kind of a little bit of a change in direction for the Democrats from the party of Clinton to, well, I guess a little bit not, you know, the end of the like super hardcore civility politics, and now just more of a like less concentrated dose of civility. Like, they're more willing to actually campaign and attack their opponents. Oh, so you get the auto load trick off that. All right, interesting.
Spent the last 4 years spinning the block, trying to get back into a relationship with the American people.
Although, to be honest as well, those are probably the only things that really happened in the Biden administration the past few years, right? Like, the only, like, really historically consequential things. Because otherwise, Congress has been deadlocked for most of it. And even when Joe Biden got into office and they had both the House and the Senate, they didn't do anything with it, which was very unfortunate, to say the least. You know, they didn't want to get rid of the filibuster in the Senate. They still don't. At least I don't. I guess they don't. Like, the Senate has done some stuff. But, you know, there are a lot of ways, for as many ways as Joe Biden has been really good, there's also been a lot of ways in which he has fumbled the ball hard. Not the least of which being on Israel and Gaza, where in prior presidential administrations, it seems like the tone had been shifting more and more towards reconciliation and a two-state solution, wherein Palestine would have legitimate statehood. Then Biden comes in and fucks all of that up almost single-handedly, to such a degree that now there's a massive protest movement about it, just for things to get back on track. So it's possible he was also consequential in maybe the wrong way. At least in that respect. Okay, I think I'm done practicing even. I'm gonna go back to worldwides probably. Thank you.
The extreme MAGA Republicans want to divide us. But the Constitution promises...
Lib shit. Appeals to the Constitution are some liberal shit. Let's do Mario Mock Bike. This Mario skin is fucking sick. Come on, bring out the Bill Clinton and shit. Oh, he's next. Okay, once Hakeem Jeffries is done, that's actually when Bill Clinton comes out to speak. That'll be great. One of the Democratic presidents who really didn't have a good track record on union rights or union organizing and organized labor and shit. Or Cheap Island. All right. This is a good one.
Democrats or Republicans, but as Americans.
I wonder if I start using this here, how good of a shot do I have at front running this track? Probably not that great of a shot, but we'll see. A little bit of jank driving, but I kept it all together in the moments where it really mattered. That's not what I wanted to see, but okay. Yeah, Red Chelsea does. Don't ask me how I can make that out from here, but I can. Oh, okay, well, I guess I just front ran that track. Cool.
And he wants to do that again. Trump talked a massive game about
infrastructure.
What a joke.
Political insanity, Democratic edition. True. This time there's less insanity, actually. There's a lot less insanity.
To get it done. Who's he looking out for?
There's
not
just
us, not my family.
some subtle friction.
You know who got it done? Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Biggest infrastructure package in history. Infrastructure is just a fancy word for jobs. Not just union workers, but for everyone. Small businesses are booming.
Boo! Fuck small businesses. I guess you know, the Democrats are still a party of capital at the end of the day. They still, like, this is one such friction that I refer to is the friction between the labor movement and the small business types. The Democrats' political inclinations are to go with the small business people as opposed to the labor movement. But with the labor movement being back in full force the way that it is, there's going to be a substantial amount of pressure on the Democrats to do pro-labor policy making. I explored this a little bit earlier where, like, the reason that you would pick the Democrats over the Republicans is because they represent a weaker opposition to good policy objectives and good political objectives. Oh, there's Bill Clinton. And that's part of why. You know, the Democrats fold very easily. So, when you drive in a truckload of political pressure from a union, they're going to buckle to that pressure. They'll whine about it a little bit, and they'll try to reassert the small business interests over that. But at the end of the day, there's not much they can do, and I think that's good.
Thank you.
Ow.
Thank you. Whoa. Let me ask you something. After the last 2 days, aren't you proud to be a Democrat?
We get rid of this.
And I am very grateful to the Republicans and independents that have joined us, have been up here on the stage. And I hope they feel better about it now. Because I've seen all these things that even I have to be reminded of from time to time when I get my spirits down.
Okay.
I love seeing the Obamas here. I love seeing President Biden. And
he's kind of old now. He doesn't, like, but he's still held up, like, way better than Biden, I think. I can't believe that worked.
But I love seeing all these young leaders. A bunch of them are coming up after me. They look better, they sound better, and they'll be exciting.
This is another Obama-esque speech, I feel like, or it's going to be, where he, like, doesn't actually say anything. But people kind of soy out over the prospect of Bill Clinton just being there.
He had an improbable turn that made him president. And we were in the middle of a pandemic and an economic crash. He healed our sick and put the rest of us back to work. And
Not going in with the blooper, with the blooper in my face. I'm not that crazy.
he stood up for Ukraine.
Not yet,
Trying
anyways.
desperately to get a ceasefire in the Middle East.
Wait, actually, he's talking about real shit? This is way better than the Obama speech already.
And then he did something that's really hard for a politician to do. He voluntarily gave up political power. And
Voluntarily is, you know, a strong word, but, you know, for the purposes of crafting the narrative, sure.
George Washington knew that, and he did it.
That's part of the reason that the convention has been the way it is. They want to be like a, they want it to be a very ceremonial passing of the torch and stuff.
And it will enhance Joe Biden's legacy.
And I think they've, to a certain degree, they've successfully cultivated that image so far.
And it's a stark contrast to what goes on in the other party.
You got a big booty. Yes, actually, I do.
For his courage, compassion.
Also, Sleepy Sci fan 2, welcome to chat. It does not show the first time chatter thing, so I'm assuming you've been here before, but I don't remember.
Thank you. And he kept the faith, and he's infected a lot of the rest of us. Now let's cut to the chase. I am too old to gild the lily. 2 days ago,
Old to
I
what?
turned 78, the oldest man in my family of 4 generations.
Oh yeah, it is worth mentioning.
The
Wait.
personal vanity I want to assert is I'm still younger than Donald Trump.
Sure. Sure thing, buddy. Bill Clinton was very poor growing up, and that's part of the appeal that he was able to cultivate when he was on the campaign trail. I think Joe Biden was also able to do that at least a little bit.
Very moving
But that doesn't have any, like,
episodes. We nominated
broader relevance on its own.
Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. And
But I guess if he's gonna draw that connection to Harris and Waltz, then that could be something, I don't know, something for me to comment on.
with all-American but still improbable life stories.
Okay, yeah, so he is making that connection.
It could only happen here. Their careers, after all, started in
It's interesting because Bill Clinton is taking the, like, oh, they're from a very modest working class background or whatever. He'll probably say middle class, but
good job done. Now, one of the things that I've noticed over my increasingly long life,
I think this is actually pretty emblematic of even
in several ways. First of all, it's the greatest job interview for the greatest job in the world.
Okay, that's something that I also want to tear into, but first I'm going to talk about something else. So, first thing I want to comment on is that when even the centrist of all centrists in America, Bill Clinton, is reaching into the bag of class politics rhetoric, you know that, like, working class politics and union politics are back on the menu, like, well and truly, right? In America. But then also, he said, what did he say? He said something about the presidency being, or the campaign trail being a job interview. And this is emblematic of one of the worst tendencies of the Democratic Party, is that fundamentally they treat the presidency like a technocratic job that you have to do an interview and like basically submit an application for. It kind of speaks to a careerist attitude that a lot of, you know, more centrist, liberal-leaning politicians have, where it's almost like they have an opposition to engaging in the kind of political rhetoric that would indicate that you're more of an ideologue than a technocrat, which fundamentally is what politicians are supposed to be, ideologues. You know, yes, there are some elements of government that you have to engage with on a very technocratic basis. You know, you have to consult with environmental experts, with economic experts and sociological experts, medical experts, and whatever, to, like, do effective policy, to implement policy. But the politicians themselves need to be ideologues so that they have a clear list of political objectives that they can then take to the experts and be like, look, we want to maximize for these, like, outcomes or whatever. We want to, you know, compress income inequality. We want to revitalize unions. We want to build cities a certain way. We want to make cities walkable, whatever. We want to have sustainable infrastructure with respect to the environment. Then you as the politician with those ideological priorities in mind, go to the scientists and consult with them and hold conferences, whatever, and then craft the policies around that. It's part of the, like, representative portion of representative democracy. There are layers of delegation here. The politician themselves is not the technocrat, nor should they be, because the politician is effectively there to be a mouthpiece for the party, to exercise a degree of political power. They do not need to be good at, like, governing per se, if that makes sense, because there are technocratic advisors that do that for them. All they have to know how to do is go to those advisors and rely on those advisors for help. They just need to know the objectives. You know, and this mentality has actually cost the Democrats a lot of support. It's cost them a lot of charisma and a lot of potential, because focusing too much on the technocratic aspects of government when you're fronting a candidate takes away from the potential charisma and populist appeals that you could be making. I know Democrats as liberals have an ideological opposition to both voter outreach and populism, but, like, if you're a political party and you want to win in a post-globalization world when the workers are struggling, when, you know, labor unions are just now starting to come back, when basically the appetite for the interests of the working class are at an all-time high, you have to engage with that. You can't not. And that's been a mistake that Democrats have made. This is represented by Bill Clinton here, but now it's even with Bill Clinton, we're starting to see that change because he's had to reach to the sort of class politics of the audience here of the Democrats and whatever. Does that make sense? It's sort of like a political, psychological, sociological almost dissection of just a few components of that speech and the kind of material interests and forces that were at work behind the scenes to no doubt make something like that happen. And that is all because people have been critical of the Democrats from the left. Like, unironically, there are, like, as much as, you know, they a lot of times behave like red fashion, whatever, every time that a Twitter hammer and sickle communist has spoken positively of unions, or somebody who, like, has socialists in their bio but routinely votes Democrats, has, like, posted and gotten a lot of fucking attention, every time something blows up in social media or popular culture about unions being good and the Democrats not doing enough for the working class, that has had a small part in nudging the Democratic Party to the left. That way they get more votes. Because remember, centrism is a dead-on arrival political strategy. It was when it was first tried, and it is today. You know? Bill Clinton wasn't elected because he was a centrist. In fact, he campaigned as, like, the candidate of the working man. He was elected because he's got Riz. Oh, there's Hillary.
One of the reasons.
And J.B. Pritzker, of course.
One of the reasons I love the job so much is that in the toughest times, even on the darkest days, if you tried hard enough, there was always something.
MKWee and the DNC is definitely a combo. Yeah, official PewDiePie 900. Welcome to chat. Yeah, that's what's on the menu today and potentially even tomorrow. Tomorrow's the last day of the DNC.
All these emergencies, or there's something going on here.
You know, I'm a politics dude, and I was just explaining how, like, it seems like much to the chagrin of the Democratic Party, working class politics, it's back on the menu, baby. Even Bill Clinton had to admit as much when he sort of appealed to the working, the working class sensibility in the audience. And of course, the fact that on day one they had a number of union organizers speaking at the event. Political arguments with Mario Kart gameplay in the background. Yeah, you know how there's, like, people on TikTok that'll fucking put their reading of the Communist Manifesto or whatever, and then there's Minecraft parkour footage. That's a little bit like what I'm doing, except I oscillate back and forth on which one is the main focus at any given time, whether it's the politics, if I'm making a point, then that's the focus, or if I'm sort of in between making a certain point or in between anything interesting happening outside of that, then the gameplay is the focus, because that's also interesting. As long as more people are playing Retro Rewind, that mod is fire. It is. This mod is great. I'm enjoying it more and more all the time.
Opening up before he walks out on stage like I did, trying to get his lungs open by singing me, 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 me.
And I don't have to dust off the Wii every time I want to play custom tracks. Yeah. Yeah. You know what? I think what Bill Clinton pointed out there is an important distinction from a campaign perspective. But yeah, I'm ironically enough, I'm playing this on my Wii U because that's where I have CTGP installed. But yeah, it has been kind of a deterrent to a lot of people. You know, the Wii and the Wii U, they're old consoles now. You know, not everybody has, like, super easy access to that stuff. Still need to figure out how to connect my controller to Dolphin. Yeah, that can be tricky. It depends on what controller you use. Dang, I didn't get it. I was just going for the content snipe there. But I want to speak to something Bill Clinton said about campaigning. This was a large reason why the Hillary Clinton campaign failed in 2016, is because all of her campaign material revolved around her as a person. It revolved around I'm with her and shit like that. And now the more campaigns focus on the people, I'm telling you, man, populism appeals to the people. What the people want is a winning strategy, every single time. Switch controller and GameCube adapters, both plug and play. I don't know about Xbox or PlayStation. Xbox or PlayStation, you probably have to set up as like something else. But yeah, if you have a May Flash adapter, that stuff is relatively easy to set up, at least compared to other emulators. God, compared to Fightcade, Dolphin is a fucking breeze. I had to set up like my new leverless box controller on Fightcade. That shit is a nightmare. Makes Dolphin look like chump change by comparison. Can't install Retro Rewind on my SD card's old. No space left. Oh, that's easy. If you have a SD card that's larger than 8 gigabytes, you'll be able to install Retro Rewind pretty easy. That's what I did. I had the solution because Retro Rewind takes up a good bit of space, and so does CTGP. I just have 2 different SD cards for each of those. I have the CTGP SD card right here, and then like the Retro Rewind card in the Wii U. I don't. You can get SD cards for pretty cheap. Since USB drives are the main mode of external storage now, you can get an SD card for like, I don't know, fucking $10 with like 32 or more gigabytes on it. Like, they're not expensive. But that's if you really need it. You know, if you can use Dolphin, by all means, you should use Dolphin. That shit is way easier. And it's free.
Said nobody respected America anymore like they did when he was president. Wait. And with a straight face. Look, you got to give him. He's a good actor. With a straight face, he cited as evidence of the respect.
Tried on Dolphin, won a few races with mouse and keyboard already. That's so fucking based. Holy shit.
The presidents of North Korea and Russia. I'd rather have the people who respect us now. And one of the things is when you send a signal to the other countries, you want them to know whether they agree with you or not, at least that you're on the level. Here's where you are and what you believe.
Oh shit, my man's explaining diplomacy.
To make to these endless tributes to the late, great Hannibal Lecter.
True. Okay, this is just like more like playing around and stuff. Bill Clinton exercising his riz over the crowd. That's very true. Like, God, if only we had. If only Bill Clinton was actually, like, pro-union, the Democrats would never fucking lose again. Like, I constantly joke about Huey Long, too, but that shit is so fucking real. You guys don't even know. Yay, give me that star. Thank you. I really like this interpretation of Rock Mountain. It's pretty good. You also feel like you're going super fast in this section. It's great. I think this is the best spot to use the bullet. Yes! That was a great bullet, Bill. And this is a bad item to follow it up with. Absolutely devilish fib placement. And what? What a bounce! That's a long message. I'll probably have to get to it in a sec. Ow. Nonpartisan analysis, so please don't get mad. I'm still shocked how badly Trump campaign has fumbled since the assassination attempt. It's okay. I'm not partisan either. I mean, I'm partisan for socialism, but I'm not partisan, like, you know, pro-Democrat all day, all the time, or whatever, you know. But you were saying, let's say, crazy how Trump fumbled post-assassination attempt. It's like they purposely chose the wrong decision at every given opportunity. Since then, Lamau, you expect them to lean into it way harder. Yeah, it's almost like the Democratic strategists were at the helm there. Jesus fucking Christ. I've never seen a campaign trip and fall so badly, except for, like, the Biden campaign. And even then, he was like, he fucking saved it by handing it over to Kamala Harris. But yeah, legitimately, like, nobody cared about the assassination attempt after it happened. And Trump has, like, actually been on his mental decline since then has actually kind of accelerated. A lot of campaign insiders in Trump's team have been saying he's exhibiting certain signs that would be associated with, like, PTSD. You know, like rewatching the moment where he almost got shot over and over and over again. Like, these are the mark of somebody who's been, like, scarred internally as a result of that. And it's, like, drained him or something. Trump has, like, really lost his luster. You know, Trump, I've been on record saying that Trump is, like, the last supplies of Riz that the Republican Party has. They're, like, running on fumes. And now the fumes are running out, you know? Like, he's way more dour and tired and, like, rambly and doesn't make much sense anymore. Not that he did, but he's not even able to really project that he's weaving a narrative and, like, knows what he's talking about or something.
We have to find a way to go forward together, where we the people make our union more perfect. So that's a good thing.
But yes, it was indeed very entertaining.
How could we possibly lose? Kamala Harris has fought for kids their whole life that were left out and left behind.
They have to make changes faster. They're cooked. His energy is undeniably shifted. He's running out of energy, getting older, very visibly affected by what happened. Genuine toss-up now when last month it looked like he had a landslide victory. Weird how things changed. I got news for you. It's not actually a toss-up. Kamala is ahead, reliably. And there are some indicators that to me say that, like, the news is kind of underselling how much Kamala Harris is ahead by, right? I think regardless of what Trump does at this point, short of, like, dropping out, which would be really funny, like, his campaign is just cooked. You know, the Republicans are going to lose this election. The past year and a half, in fact, the past several years, have been the Republicans gradually painting themselves into a corner. I think now that it's so visible, the Republicans are starting to realize that this is a position from which there is no way out. Seriously, you have Republicans like Nikki Haley going on to network TV talking about what does the future of the Republican Party post-Trump look like. I actually don't think it's unless he changes something majorly, he's cooked. I don't think there's anything that Trump could do that would make him less cooked, you know? Like you said, it's like they've chosen a lot of really bad political decisions that got them to this point, and those are political decisions that you can't really go back on. In fact, if you go back on them, you look even worse because you look like you are unsure of yourself, flip-flopping, and don't have a coherent vision, which Republicans already don't, but that would be, like, that would worsen things for them if they were to try to, like, scramble at the last second. We'll let Trump back into this position anyways. Trump did. Trump has such a hold over the Republican base that the Republican Party, cowards that they are, don't get me wrong, you know, the Democratic Party is a different kind of coward, but the Republicans are also massive cowards. They went along with Trump because if they followed Trump, they knew that they would get power. And so that's how overnight the Republicans went from, oh, Trump is so boorish, he doesn't represent us, to supporting Trump even when it meant overtly breaking the law at every single turn. You know, the Republicans weren't exactly a stranger to skirting the law before, but, like, Trump captured the Republican Party in a way that no politician really has before. Many people have invoked the language of cults to describe the Republican Party,
And that is very real. It's a cult of personality because Trump is the only personality in the Republican Party. This is what I meant by Trump being the only supply of Riz. There's nobody in the Republican Party that people can really center around that isn't Trump. That's how he got a hold of the Republican Party so quickly. That's who let him back in. He let himself in. The Republicans couldn't stop him. And then they were all too willing to open the door for him at every turn because he represented like a viable rhetorical option. Held the lead for the last 2 weeks in the polls. The latest ones are much closer. I'd say it's a toss-up if nothing changed on the other side, but Democrats have been changing and are being very smart, leaning to populist narratives. Trump campaign is trying to change things. They know the core issue they face, which is why they rehired that Lewandowski guy, and I wouldn't be shocked if they replace the whole campaign team in the coming months. Yeah, they already are. They're like scrambling to replace the campaign team at this rate. But hiring Lewandowski, I don't think is a good idea. Remember, Lewandowski was the guy that Trump fired in 2016 for like, you know, partially for the like assault allegations and whatnot, but also because he just wasn't running a very good campaign. And to me, that's more of a desperation move than anything. And yeah, you know, the Democrats have been changing. And like I said, the polls are kind of underselling how much Kamala is ahead by. If she, you know, if they keep leaning into populist narratives, I think that there's a very real chance that this election is not just a victory, but a serious blowout in favor of the Democratic Party. Especially if they keep embracing union politics and working class politics, the Republicans don't stand a chance. You know, the Democratic Party at this point, the expectation is that the Democratic Party wins by very, very large margins, regardless of what the polls even say, because the polls, you know, varying reliability and you know, there are some incentives to make the race look closer than it is for ratings sake. At this point, it's like, it's the Democrats' race to win. They just have to not like fuck up so badly that they lose their entire coalition, which, you know, they've fucked it up pretty bad before, but this would be a new level for them. The campaign team they have is so dog shit, Lamau. Yeah. Yeah, Trump's campaign team has really not been doing a very good job of things. The way politics works is that 33% are Democrats, 33% are Republicans, and 33% are neutral. I'm an accelerator. I always race to win. Very true. Many such cases. Also, James Games 230. Welcome to chat. Glad to have you here. If you start doing everything Trump has been doing for the past month, what the fuck do you expect the 33% neutral to think of you? Yeah, the Democrats, the victory that Democrats have been having has been a result of young Democrats and independents. A lot of independents are right-leaning, but a lot of them are left-leaning and don't always vote for Democrats. Some of them are just not that attuned to politics and whatever. And the divide isn't actually 33, 33, 33. It's more like 30, 30, 40. 40% of Americans do not register with either party. They're not Democrats or Republicans. The plurality of Americans are like me, in the sense that they are registered independents. I'm not a registered Democrat, but I vote Democrat because I prefer them to the Republicans, quite frankly. Yeah, Trump isn't appealing to his core base, and he isn't appealing to independents right now. I don't know what the fuck his team has been thinking. They really haven't been, because in the past, Trump's campaigning efforts have been sort of carried by the personality that is Donald Trump. You know, you look at some of the successful campaign material from 2016, 2020, they have Trump being central and charismatic to the policy arguments being made. Their policy arguments are unpopular. That much has always been the case. You know, the whole reactionism was something that they had to lean into to avoid talking about neoconservatism, and now they're going back to neoconservatism. And now Trump isn't popular. He can't be the charismatic centerpiece anymore. They have nothing. They don't have anything with which to campaign. It almost doesn't matter how good at their jobs they are. If Dems fuck this up, it will be the most astronomical fuck up in U.S. politics in a long time. Hard agree. Hard agree. Like, this would be, if the Democrats manage to lose this, which of course I don't think they will, but if they lose this, this will be the fuck up to end all fuck ups. You know? Anyways, Nancy Pelosi is going to speak next. That's more copyrighted music. Trump definitely projected his image as much more conservative than the neocons. Yeah. Which is why people, why people on the right liked him. Now that he's going back to neocon shit, he's bleeding support and driving away independence. Yes, he is. Nobody likes neoconservative policymaking. That's why the Republicans had to resort to onboarding fascist rhetoric in the first place. Initially, they were reluctant to do it. And now, you know, now they've become more open about it. But now they're realizing, shit, now we have to go back to neoconservatism to distract from the fascism. Which is, you know, not ideal for them. Our grandchildren will be learning that in 50 years if that's the case. Yes. Dude, whatever happens, you know, our grandkids, you know, if we have grandkids or whatever, are going to be learning about this shit in 50 years. Because, like, so much has happened just in the past, like, month. You know? Talk about those weeks where decades happen, right? Anyways, I am kind of interested to see what Nancy Pelosi says. Because Nancy Pelosi was, like, the main driving force behind Joe Biden stepping down from the presidential race. You know, I've joked on occasion that, like, this is like her dying moment where she takes off the training weights and, like, becomes a true revolutionary or whatever. Like, she fucking read Lenin or something. I don't know.
Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, we established one of the most successful presidencies of modern times. And we quickly proved that Democrats deliver. Millions of jobs, stronger infrastructure and rural broadband, a Biden child tax credit, rescuing human pensions, honoring our veterans, bold climate action, lowering the cost of prescription drugs.
All these are pretty good things. Again, still shocked how badly his campaign blew it since the assassination attempt. I guess all the left needed was just an ounce of any energy, which Kamala provided. She looks good and has energy. Yeah, it also didn't help Trump that the person who tried to assassinate him was a Republican. Now Trump is saying, oh, they stole the presidency from Biden. This is anti-democracy. As if any Democrat would have wanted Biden to keep running. Is he stupid? Yes. The answer is yes. He is stupid. You know what he's doing is he's, like, wish casting Joe Biden back into the race because he knows he will lose to Kamala Harris.
I know her a person of deep faith, which is reflected in her community care and service. Officially, she is a leader of strength and wisdom and
it's kind of, the reason I'm interested to see what Nancy Pelosi has to say beyond just, like, the typical stuff is that she spent her entire political career amassing and hoarding political capital. Yeah, victim complex statement. And then now she's, like, Pelosi has, like, spent that political capital all at once. He's like, fuck it. Put on the gamer glasses.
Democrats, Republicans, and independents to turn a red district blue. He showed courage when he came to Congress in voting for the Affordable Care Act, meeting the needs of his constituents despite Republicans' lies and misrepresentation. When he went home, won the election, he returned to Congress, he fought for our Americans' heroes as the Democratic leader of the Veterans Affairs Committee. Thank you, Tim.
I do appreciate them gassing up Tim Walz a bit as well, because he's much more pro-labor than even Kamala is.
Never before had a president of the United States so brazenly assaulted the bedrock of our democracy, so lethally embraced political violence, so willfully betrayed his oath of office.
Okay, yes, Trump bad. Many such cases. Nancy is bad optic from the left purely from the stigma associated with her. That's kind of true, yeah. It's especially true in the general sense, but it's actually, I think it's, like, less so the case recently because of the moves that she made to get Joe Biden to drop out of the race. That was, like, a unprecedentedly large W from Nancy Pelosi. You know, compared to the last thing that she did that was of note, which was say that all the pro-Palestine protesters are actually Russian funded or whatever the fuck, right? Doesn't matter because, again, almost anything would be better than that dumpster fire of the RNC. They just single-handedly destroyed Trump's post-assassination momentum. Yeah, the RNC was really bad. Yeah, I know it'll be in touch with the American people, Kid Rock. Yeah, you know what it is as well? The Republican Party is genuinely short on money. That's how the Democrats got all this cool fucking music, because they have the money to license this shit. The Republicans don't. You know, so they had to get people that were already committed to the cause, as it were, which is, you know, Kid Rock. But yes, Nancy Pelosi getting Joe Biden to drop out of the race was definitely a pro-gamer move.
We gave proof through the night that our
At least Hulk Hogan was kind of funny. That's true.
Now, in this election, we are called
Telling with the most energetic person at your convention is fucking Ted Cruz. That's so true. Ted Cruz is like a lolcow on both the left and right. Haha, no money to afford music. Better be a line at the next presidential debate. I don't think it will be, but God, it would be so funny. You know? I would do that. Yeah, I could see them going with, like, your party fucking sucks at managing money, dude. Like, who's your support base? Giant billionaires and insane weirdos? Our support base is all of pop culture and the American fucking people. Like, you could make that version of the argument. I'd be such a fucking troll if I was running for president. That's so fucking based. Oh, shit. Raid? DKSC for life. Thank you for the raid, even though I did call you subhuman that one time. Molly has died. Many such cases. My condolences to the family. You know, I'm sorry for your loss and all that shit. I guess I didn't here, let me oops. I don't have the Boomer Z Bear, thank you very much for the follow.
We saw Trump winning.
I'm gonna actually this is them kind of bringing the young folks out to express their support for Kamala Harris and whatever. I guess, you know, Nancy Pelosi didn't say all too much that was surprising by any stretch. Kanamafu, thank you so much for the follow. Bro, bring Lil Jon out again? What? Looks YT, thank you for the follow. Great to have y'all here. The main thing I just wanted to take away from Nancy Pelosi's speech, which it seems like she reiterated, Phoenix EG27. Shit, people just keep... Oh, Lil Jon turned down for what? Yes, yes. That's right, that's right. What do you think about Biden deciding to run again? I think he's not doing it. And also, it would be a shit idea if he decided to do it. That's what I think. But, you know, top 10 things that aren't happening. Yeah, fake news, fake news. Nancy Pelosi reiterating her support for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz while at the same time praising the Biden administration, I think projects the exact kind of unity that you want to be projected as Nancy Pelosi, as somebody in a position of Democratic leadership, which is that, like, to make the transition from Biden to Harris go as smooth as fucking possible, right? That was, I think, the main concern, was that there would be some pushback when the transition happened, even though everybody fucking agreed that, like, yeah, you need to get Joe Biden out of there. Jesus, he's so old. You know, so now it's like basically we're getting it. What do you think about Ando becoming Kamala's new running mate? Ando? I don't know who that is, but anybody would objectively be a downgrade from Tim Walz. That man is base as fuck. Is that Rapper Mario? Yes, it is. Thoughts on Bullet Bob? I would gladly vote for him for Congress. Next question, please. I love Tim Walz. Tim Walz is great. Oh, this is Nina Turner. No, it's not. Fuck. She has the same glasses, so I thought it was, and then I looked and I was like, wait, it's not. It's Minnesota's time to rule. True! It absolutely is. We're getting a fucking Minnesota-ass presidency right now. We're getting a union presidency is what we're getting. Thoughts on PewDiePie? I hear he's big. I don't care about him. That's my thoughts. Soda! Yeah, best state in the game. Gage? Yes. How did you know? Am I giving, right now? Am I giving fruity vibes right now? Am I serving that fruity cunt right now? Because if so, thank you for noticing. Why don't you care about me? No, not you, official PewDiePie 900. Obviously, I love official PewDiePie 900 because they're in my chat and watching my stream. Thank you. I don't care about the YouTuber PewDiePie because I don't watch his stuff. Thoughts on a British child stealing my world record? Shameful. I hate British. Ow. I saw that Tim Walz was picked as running mate. It was finally a Dem from the rural community. Yes, and Tim Walz is not just a Democrat from a rural community. He is a dirt road Democrat. Dirt road Democrats are a pro-worker org that specifically caters to the rural working class as a Democratic constituency. They've been doing some amazing work. And what's more, Tim Walz is pro unions. He's pro-union, which represents a massive opportunity for union organizers to get their foot in the door of politics again, especially because unions have had a fucking massive comeback. Yeah, libs usually don't give a shit about rural areas. RFK Jr. landslide incoming. He has a funny voice. Yeah, he's gonna get so few votes that there's gonna be a fucking integer underflow. And he's actually going to get 69 more billion votes. Yeah, trust the plan. And he from Mankato? I don't know where in Minnesota he's from. It's like New York City compared to my town from Minnesota now. Especially in the South, libs just see Southerners as stupid and it doesn't help their case. It really doesn't. Which is why you get somebody like Raphael Warnock on stage. This is one of the things that I really have good things to say about Raphael Warnock for, is that he's got the Southern Baptist sauce. And the fact that he's up there talking about healing the land, empowering disenfranchised communities, and bringing unions back to the South or whatever, the fact that he's talking about that and rejecting Donald Trump and basically using the familiar religious language in the South to appeal to people in the South that feel left behind by the Democrats is fucking huge. I think I was talking with my dad about this the other day because, we're two Southern boys. Once unions come back to the South, we are in fucking business, baby. We are so Barack. Ironically, I made shin ramen with milk and it's incredible. I've never had ramen, but if I do, maybe I'll do that as a dare. Like a cream sauce? Interesting. I don't have my mouse on that, so I just typed M in the chat for some reason. You microwave milk. Yeah, I microwave milk. If I'm making hot chocolate, that is. Blake pays $5,000 in rent, so he eats ramen. Bro, on the stovetop? That's so much fucking effort for a mug of hot chocolate that I'm going to drink in all of, 60 seconds. You kidding me? You know what I put on the stovetop? Burgers and chicken and chorizo. And water if I'm sick, because that's worth the effort. Vote for GCN Luigi Circuit so everyone has to suffer the YouTube intro music. God, that's so based. I'm gonna do that. We're becoming based in troll pilled tonight. Who dis? Obama administration official? I automatically don't care. Just installed a mod yesterday. When that track got picked, I couldn't stop laughing at the custom song. I know that for most of the GCN Circuit songs, it's just like remixes of the actual GCN Circuit theme. But I wonder if it's gonna be something so recognizable as like YouTuber intro shit. That would be funny. That would be really funny. And I just ran right into that. Great, thank you. Awesome. Can we hop on too to rig the vote? Sure. Watch this comeback. Okay, one mushroom. I can work with this, I think. Kind of. Maybe not. Fuck it, we take third. What's this guy talking about?
Who'd feed those kids? So Kamala pleaded for the judge to return to the bench and to hear the matter.
Oh yeah, I remembered I don't care because he was an Obama admin official. Thank you. Yeah. That third was a steal? It was. I steal third place. I did not earn that shit. Thank you. Great. Who all is left at the DNC? Like, who's gonna still speak? Okay. I gotta vote. Alright. This one's for you, official PewDiePie. Governor Josh Shapiro's gonna speak? Okay, that might be funny. We're gonna stay for that one. I'm staying on for the Josh Shapiro speech because that might be really funny. Josh Shapiro was a prospective nominee for vice president. For Kamala Harris. He's gonna be so fucking mad. He's gonna be like, please don't put in the papers that I'm mad. I'm not mad. Is that the Jewish Obama? Yes, and he's worse than Obama because he doesn't believe that Palestinians are human. I'm not making that up. You can see some of the essays that he's written in college and refused to disavow. He literally says that Palestinians are like incapable of coexisting peacefully with Israel. And he also was in a massive scandal where he covered up the murder of a woman, like 38 stab wounds, ruled as suicide or some shit. Like that would have been terrible if he was the pick. So can't wait to see how he's gonna react to Tim Waltz being the guy. Would have been funny for like 2 minutes. What, the Josh Shapiro as the Democratic VP pick? Yeah. You know what? It would have yikes, I wouldn't have been bad. Yeah, it would have basically been the Democratic Party trying to secure a short-term electoral victory at the cost of their coalition, which, believe it or not, is sort of the same strategy that they had been going through with in the 90s and 2000s. With Clinton and Obama, that was kind of the strategy. Short-term electoral victory, capitalize on the current trend of like moderate conservatism and appealing to the Republican sensibilities, but at the same time, that results in you pissing off your entire political base of support, because your political base of support is progressives and people on the left, people who care about like union organization, Palestinian rights, and all the rest. And you know, Josh Shapiro is a massive slap in the face to that. You know? Yeah, why appeal to people who will never vote for you ever? You know, and that's what Josh Shapiro represents. He represents, funnily enough, the mindset in the Democratic Party that I think they are slowly but surely starting to like leave behind. Which is like, look, this is not me arguing that the Democratic Party is going to become a socialist party or anything. It's just that the strategy that they are employing is a little bit different than what they're used to doing, what I've seen them do, what they usually like want. VP candidate Ben Shapiro. True. God, that would be so fucking funny. I would support that purely on the grounds of it being funny. Because then you know that, like, the right wing... Look, the right wing could, like, do a bunch of stuff about Josh Shapiro, of him being, like, you know, covering up a murder or whatever. And stuff like that. They can sell that. But if it was Ben Shapiro up there, conservatives online are so mad at Ben Shapiro that they would have a hard time doing anything other than calling him Jewish. You know? What this?
They didn't know.
Oh, another political ad. I see. But yeah, the tears of Josh Shapiro will be very delicious, as were the tears of Hillary Clinton when she spoke. They actually, it was super funny. Politics? Yes. On the first day of the DNC, they had Sean Fain, the president of the United Auto Workers, and AOC speaking back to back. Absolute fucking firebrand speeches that appealed directly to the working class and genuinely gave me a lot of optimism for the future of American politics on a materialist basis, because now there are pro-working class people with a lot of fucking pull in the Democratic Party. And then immediately after that, as like the in-between big players appetizer, you know, the kind of no-name speech, they had Hillary Clinton as like the side character, basically. And she went out there and it was so clear, like, she's having to give a speech at the DNC to support Kamala Harris, who will hopefully be the first female president of the United States, something that Hillary so fucking badly wanted for herself. And it's the same, like, please don't put in the papers that I'm mad. How do we appeal to the working class? Ah, yes, of course. At least it isn't as bad as the RNC. That's a new low bar. Yeah, well, look. The DNC in 2020 and 2016 was way fucking worse than this. And the fact that Hillary Clinton was there as like a side character to the main event of AOC and Sean Fain was like huge. You know, because at prior events, Hillary would have been the main event. You know, but now it's like, well, how do we appeal to the working class? I know, let's put AOC, a working class congresswoman, social democrat from the Bronx, and Sean Fain, a literal Marxist, up on the stage. Pokemon go to the polls. If she said we have to hawk to the polls, I would have fucking died laughing on the spot, and I would have like been like, you know what, maybe you're all right. Although she did have a moment where they were like, people started chanting "lock him up" about Donald Trump, and she like didn't say anything. She just kind of stood there and nodded. Yeah, landslide victory immediately. We just had to wait fucking 8 more years for a corny fucking like pun to come up out of the blue and like guarantee 1,000 years Democratic administration. Thank you. 1 billion years Democrats become socialists because Hillary said we have to hawk to the polls and vote on that thing. God, that would have been based. Who's this? Senator from Nevada. I'm 37 and never had a job. Wish I had a job. You and me both, mate. I'm not 37. I'm 24, but, you know, I wish I had a job, too. I've been looking. I'm voting for Luigi Circuit again. Walk into businesses, hand them a hard copy of your resume, work for James Ramsey, I think. As stupid as it sounds, that works better than applying online. The vast majority of jobs you have to apply online, but if you walk into a place of employment and you hand them a physical copy of your resume, you physically showing up matters a lot in the job application process. And thank you for making it very easy to identify who I need to ban. Palomo Street. No solicitations allowed. Fuck you. Is the guy without a job telling us how to get a job? Yes, I guide others to a treasure I cannot possess. I'm sorry. But yeah, that shit matters. Like, if you can do it, if it's like not too inconvenient to do it, it's worth a shot. And I have had an internship, just not like a full ass like 9 to 5. You know how there's like a fucking stat hex or whatever? All my intelligence points in the stat hex went into politics. I can't, like, I have a hard time, genuinely have a hard time engaging with the job market. It's been a learning process over like the past year. Like following up in person, applications are only online. Oh yeah, okay. Hard copy thing does work, but physically going does help. Yeah. Yeah, if you can appear physically to them so that you're not just a faceless applicant online, that makes a difference. In fact, the way I learned this, I think, is through college applications as well. It's the concept of what? Demonstrated interest, where like if you show up, they're like, oh, they're actually interested. And I do know a lot about the college applications process just from an objective point of view, both theoretically and from personal experience. Wait, fuck, Josh Shapiro speaking. God damn it. You guys. Devilish. You have distracted me.
Making progress. Donald Trump,
Here we go.
a man with no guardrails, wants to take away our rights and our freedoms. And listen,
Doing his best Obama, I see.
he cloaks himself in the blanket of freedom. What he's offering isn't freedom at all.
True. Josh Shapiro.
Because hear me on
Let's
this.
fucking go, dude.
It's not freedom to tell our children what books they're allowed to read.
Okay, so he's given a... Where do you run in the mill stump speech?
Freedom to tell women what they can do with their bodies. And hear me on this. It
So
sure
far,
as
so good.
hell isn't freedom to say you can go vote, but he gets to pick the winner. That's not freedom. But you know what?
Boo women rights.
We are the party.
Turn this off. W.
Freedom.
Fuck yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, ratio this man. My man does not respect women. Ratio his ass.
When that child has a great public school with an awesome teacher because we believe in her future.
I actually wonder if Josh Shapiro is going to mention Israel or if he has the self-control to not do that. Switch to the newest Mr. Beast video immediately.
And get home safely to her mama. Real freedom that comes when she can join a union, marry who she loves, start a family on her
Interesting.
terms.
Even Josh Shapiro is signaling to the pro-union politics. Huh.
Where she is respected for who
Ow.
she is. Real freedom comes when she can look at Madam President and know that this is a nation
So true, Zylan MK.
and everything is possible. That is real freedom, and that is what we are.
Hey, he said Israel. Israel mentioned. I'm joking. So far, everything he said has been good from the perspective of like energizing the crowd around like the Democratic platform. Surprisingly.
But it's your rights. It's our rights. It's our future and freedoms that are on the line. And you have the power. to shape the future of this country. Just like our ancestors who fought for freedom on the battlefield and
Almost.
sat in at lunch counters so our kids could stand up. Now it's on us. It's on us, my friends, to organize in our communities and on our For You pages around 3 basic American principles.
That's surprisingly politically illiterate.
We cherish our democracy and we love this country.
Yeah, the For You page. And I'm surprised to hear somebody with the political literacy to know that, like, what's on the For You page and what's on people's social media feeds, that is the public discourse, you know? Like, legitimately, as Kamala's killing the TikTok game, oh, she absolutely is. She's killing it on TikTok, on Twitter, like, everywhere.
I have never been more hopeful because I see in all of you the enduring promise of America. E pluribus unum, out of many one.
Does Kamala have a Truth Social account? Sadly, no. God, that would be funny. You just gave the funniest idea of all time. Imagine the Kamala Harris campaign creates a Truth Social account. They start campaigning there. Just fucking talking about, like, felon-ass website. Like, goofy-off, felon-owned website. Or some shit. Trump's online campaign is bizarre. It is.
The next chapter in our American story. So are you ready to protect our rights? Are you ready to secure
It's been the Trump campaign, from what I've seen online, has been a lot of just, yeah, the Aiden Ross interview, the Elon Musk interview, like random social media ads where he has like a persecution complex, and then like what? That's basically it. Like some weird ass TikToks. I did a review of the Aiden Ross Donald Trump interview, by the way. It's up on my channel. Thank you. It was so cringe. Yes, it was. In fact, that's even... I fucking put that in the thumbnail. It was so cringe. Yeah, Truth Social, but with a V. Look at my goofy wannabe president of the United States. The moment, like, everything that Kamala posts that like appeals to a chronically online crowd, her margin of victory just gets bigger and bigger. Like, they just fucking invent new states to add to the 50-state sweep. Like, folks, it's Jover for the Trump campaign. Love that Logan Paul just threw the entire redemption arc era out the window. Yeah, true. Who knew that online super grifty online celebrities have a preference for other super grifty online celebrities and might have an inclination to tell a very gullible, politically and media illiterate audience to vote for Donald Trump, somebody that is objectively a con man. I hated hearing about the Logan Paul scam shit. Sorry, but it's all natural selection if you pull your life savings into fucking Logan Paul cryptocurrency, plus all the sponsors these YouTubers take are also scams. I lost $5,000 for that. Sucks for you, but you should have known better. And, you know, Logan Paul is a shit human being for doing that, and you're stupid for falling for it. And it sucks that you fell for it, and I'm sorry. Like, that's it. That's what's up. And ultimately, though, that is fraud, so, you know, people should be entitled to some fucking reimbursement or whatever. He's doing well for a while. I think he was good at cultivating that image. But I don't think he actually, like... People like Logan Paul and Jake Paul and some of those other, like, really prominent, like, e-celebs actually just don't have, like, values. Yeah, late spring 2021 was when crypto scamming was a thing. Basically, you can tell anybody who was on that trend, who tried to, like, get people to invest in crypto, basically were just grifters not to be trusted, right? FaZe K, Aiden Ross, and Logan Paul were the three biggest names who did that. How's the Crackers for Kamala convention going? pretty good, actually. Welcome back to chat, woke CIA drone pilot. Oh, actually, since you're here, I wanted to reach out a little bit of an olive branch. I've been talking about this a little bit this stream, is that, you know, even though obviously Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are better than Trump by a fucking country mile and then some, they are still liberals, and that is still cringe. Kamala especially, because, you know, what was it, the homeowner stipend or whatever? Like, I've read up on affordable housing policy. Encouraging home ownership as opposed to bringing down rent prices, absolutely shit idea from the perspective of making housing permanently more affordable, because that just entrenches housing as a commodity that can be bought and sold and speculated on, and that's always just going to raise the price of housing. The housing bubble is created by the fact that there's this wacko cycle where somebody buys a house for fucking their whole life savings, and then the house gets like twice as valuable over the time that they're living there, and then they sell it for twice as much, and that exists for every house in the country. And that, like, that's a natural progression towards which that, like, houses will just not be affordable anymore, and that affects rents too. So you have to, like, you have to exercise the policy latitude to bring down renting costs, even and especially if that affects the price of like property values for homeowners. Like, you know what I mean? Bit older than you, more jaded, shouldn't have been bothered. You'd hope for these libs, hope you're well. Yeah, it's all good. I wasn't like super hopeful. It was just like I didn't want to come off that strongly, because I know that like Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are much better on Israel-Palestine than you know, than obviously Joe Biden was and whatever. But like, you know, I don't want to give the false impression that I'm not critical of them, because I am. You know, it was just such a breath of fucking fresh air from when Joe Biden was the head of the campaign here. You know, it's like finally a foot in the door. I explained this earlier, that you're, you know, when we're talking about voting for a liberal, you know, bleh, you know, throw up all you want and all that, but you're not picking an ally, you're picking an opposition, and liberals are objectively like a much weaker opposition to working class like interests than fascists are. Just got cooked on Retro Rewind, uninstalling and buying 10 trillion Logan Paul coins. Me when I lose 69 squadrillion VR points after getting 4th place or something. There we go. Back to that. What are they talking about?
Imbued in me these qualities that you just really have to care about.
You could then cook by items, many such cases. Many such cases indeed. You know, it's many are saying this.
Having opportunity to go to college if you want to, having opportunity to get.
Don't forget Austin McBroom did crypto scams to pay Bryce Hall after the fight, in which he still wasn't paid. I don't know who either of those are. But okay.
Do whatever you want to do.
TikTok drama? Okay. I don't know about drama in the most proximal of circumstances, but I especially don't know about TikTok drama. I forget when Critical promoted a predatory loan company targeted at broke people. Nobody cared. I hate YouTubers. Yeah. It's just a, like, celebrity endorsement bullshit, you know? A lot of YouTubers do this squeaky bee. I think it was like, if I'm guessing right, I think it was Rocket Money. Rocket is a predatory loan company that used to primarily do mortgages. I think it used to be Rocket Mortgages. Now it's just Rocket Money. They used to only offer predatory loans for mortgages, but now they've branched out into offering predatory loans for other stuff. Cheap Lagoon. True. Little green aliens. They're all scams, so not shocked if true. Yeah. Yeah, there's only so many, like... predatory loan companies. It's one of the things Democrats have actually been willing to go after because it doesn't strike at the core issue that causes predatory lenders to pop up in the first place. These are illegal little green aliens. Well, they're welcome in my chat because they are benefiting to the economy, you see. Also, I shouldn't have believed DKSC on the RNC stream. I should not have believed them when they said that they weren't trolling. You got me good. You got me good. Their only purpose is to destroy the economy? Yeah, by working super hard and paying their taxes, sure. You know, like, the retardation of right-wingers knows so few limits that it sometimes is genuinely hard to tell when somebody's doing a caricature or when they're not, because it's, like, indistinguishable. Are the Ace Family YouTube channel? Okay, okay. And I stole first. Nice.
And I believe in the freedom to work together.
I heart making my political views vague so I can talk to more people. I don't know why, but this stream gives me massive 2016-17 Mario Kart Wii vibes and it feels very nostalgic. Well, I'm glad to hear that. This bouncy bunny, true. Same guy that sent 10 million on a house had it foreclosed on in summer 2021. I don't know who any of these people are. I'm not in that corner of the online space to know. Remember Alt WC? I think so. Cyrus the Goat. Welcome to chat, by the way, Cyrus the Yoshi. He never reveals if he's trolling or not. His chat's so lost all the time. I'm gonna err on the side of he's trolling. Nobody is that perfect of a caricature to not be trolling. And you know what? If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But that just basically makes him, you know, like every other conservative online. So it's not a huge surprise, but I'm going to have faith in my fellow Twitch streamer. Wild combination of words that nobody should ever say or repeat, but yeah. Thoughts on Utah? Cringe-ass state ruled by a religious cult. They should all go take a long walk off of a short plank, the Mormon leadership, that is, into Salt Lake. Thank you. That state needs to be freed from the fucking yoke of Mormon oppression. Jesus fucking Christ. Cold facts, yeah. I clicked because I thought it was combo DNC and Mario Kart was funny. Okay, yeah, true. Hey man, it's not so bad. I'm sure life in Utah is, like, fine. Because it's an American state, and America's fucking wealthiest country in the history of the world, right? But, like, Jesus Christ. It's you know, the Mormons have a hold over state politics in a very, very kind of, almost like mafia-esque kind of way. You know my thoughts on religion. You know, shit's pretty cringe. I heard they have frisbee golf courses there. We have frisbee golf courses here, too. In fact, I prefer that to regular golf courses because frisbee golf is usually, yeah, let's find a clearing in the forest. All right, put a little bin there, you know, throw the frisbee at the bin, and that's frisbee golf. Like, that's it. So, you know. Our one blemish. No, I got... I fucked up the last turn. Thoughts on Ohio? Yeah. Also home of JD Vance, so cringe, but JD Vance is so fucking weird that he's single-handedly pushing Ohio away from conservatism, so that's based, but, you know, mostly gyat. I start making my political views vague so I can talk to more people. I was trying to gauge if that pertains to me, in which case I don't, but, like, yeah, that's probably good if you're meeting He's so charismatic, it's unbelievable. Yeah, dude, JD Vance is the 4chan vice presidential pick. Like, my man is just straight up a 4chan Nazi. Like, he talks about fucking, like, what was that? There's that clip of him talking about postmenopausal females or some shit. Like, it's bad. Shit is bad. What is Oprah doing on the stage? How have I not noticed this? Single cat ladies? Yeah. Yeah. Like, negative Riz. He's been there, Lamau? Well, fuck. Dude, everybody's at this convention or some shit. Josh Beck is going to run her over any moment. Car just fucking comes in from the left.
At times, I've been on the receiving end of it. But more often than not, what I've witnessed and experienced are
You get union benefits! You get union benefits! I'm sorry, I had to.
who may not agree with each other, but who'd still help you in a heartbeat if you were in trouble. These are the people who make me proud to say that I am
Bomb in 6th, and I got green shelled. But what if?
They are the best of America. And despite what some would have you
Oh, okay, bullet bill. Is that the lady from the shitty Wrinkle in Time movie remake? Yes. Without knowing that movie or its cast, yes.
We don't wonder who their partner is or how they voted. No. We just try to
Oh, baby. Best item. Can't wait to get shocked right here.
to belong to a childless cat lady.
Am I gonna steal first place? Let's fucking go. The least earned first place of all time. Didn't the real Oprah die years ago? Yes, this is actually her clone and or body double that simply uses the same exact matter and also has the same set of memories, functionally making it the Oprah of Theseus. Which one is the real one? Both are, and neither of them are. You will never know, nor will I. It's all Mandela effect.
That are designed to distract us from what
Up next, Avril Lavigne. I don't know who that is either, but based on her name, I'm presuming she's French. Or, even worse, Canadian.
Complicated times, people, and they require adult conversation.
This is a hologram of her recorded years ago. She already knew, thanks to time travel, that Kamala is a Democratic candidate. Even worse? Yes. Sorry, as Island MK, I pulled no punches. They're like the French, but without the, like, massive union mobilization. Sorry.
We have all seen brave people walk onto the stage and share their most private pain. Amanda and Josh, Caitlin, Hadley, they told us their stories of rape and incest.
Oh, what's up, ZPL? Welcome to chat. Not gonna lie, did not expect to see Retro Rewind and the DNC on the same stream, but damn, I'm all for it. Yeah, I'm covering this because I covered the RNC last month and incurred brain damage. Thus far, I have incurred less brain damage covering the DNC for various reasons. Cyrus the Yoshi, thank you very much for the follow.
If you cannot control when and how you choose to bring your children into this world and how
Yeah, the less brain damage, the better. You know, I'm a union man. And they do be talking about unions in the Democratic Party. You know, many people are saying this.
the women and men who are battling to keep us from going back to a time of desperation and shame, stone cold fear.
I'm good.
They are the new freedom fighters. And make no mistake, they
Right.
are the
Oh,
best of America.
I see. That's Cactus. Get me up
I
there.
want to talk now about somebody who's not with us tonight. Tessie Prevost Williams.
To put on my... Wait, here, hold on. Let me... There we go. Mute button. I've got my finger on the, like, mute button on my keyboard so I could do this and cover that at the same time. To put on my serious, like, political analysis cap for a second. Oprah is obviously not here for, like, some serious like, not even necessarily directly galvanizing the base, but this is good, like, vibes ammunition almost. It, like, the Democrats went all in on incorporating, like, pop culture both for older and younger generations at the DNC. You know, if you are aware of what happened yesterday, you're aware that, like, the roll call for the 50 states for, like, nominating Kamala Harris and Tim Walz was basically a big party with a bunch of music, people in the crowd dancing, almost like a rave, you know, with, you know, old folks and young folks alike. And that's kind of, I believe that's, like, how they appeal in a way to the young audience. You get that sort of, you get the hype that everybody loves, you know, on the weekends or whatever. And then with folks like Oprah, with all the licensed music and stuff as well, that's how they sort of mobilize a little bit of an older generation and sort of their image of pop culture around this. And I think it really feeds into the whole the whole Republicans are really weird narrative, because it paints the Democrats as the exact opposite, as comparatively much more normal and like real human beings who enjoy things and are all about the positive side of life and stuff like that. It's good campaigning for sure, you know. Thank you very much for the follow, ZPL. Glad to have you here. You know, and so I think that, like, I will have my critiques of anything said by these people on stage, and whether it's like milk toast or whatever, but I think it serves a purpose. Like, most of it does serve some kind of purpose to varying degrees, but I think it's like the cherry on top of, like, Oprah Winfrey being kind of the cherry on top of, like, we're the party of mass appeal and pop culture. I think that's like a big selling point, you know? And of course, it obviously helps that interspersed with that, you have a bunch of union officials, a bunch of progressive politicians who had previously been shunned by the inner, like, party leadership. Ellen DeGeneres speech incoming, trust the plan. They should have had her at the RNC. You know, she would have fit right in with, who is it, Kristi Noem? She's the governor that shot a puppy, right? Thoughts on Stone Cold stunning Trump at WrestleMania 23? I don't know what you're talking about necessarily. Maybe I have an idea. I didn't watch WrestleMania, but my thoughts are that's based, actually. One of the few based things that Trump did is be on pro wrestling, because that shit is funny. But it's also kind of cringe because, you know, Jesse Ventura and Hulk Hogan were the same era of pro wrestler, and Hulk Hogan fucking ratted out Jesse Ventura for trying to start a union. So, you know, the pro wrestling world, pretty cringe, but being on pro wrestling, based and extremely funny. Chris Tyson doing a speech at the RNC in 2028, it's coming. You joke, but there's a legitimate pipeline of disgraced / like sexual abuse accused social media influencer to far right pipeline. That's a real thing that exists. So the chances of that are low, but not zero. Most wrestling fans don't even know that. Well, I know because I am a true-blooded politics appreciator. And Jesse Ventura was the governor of Minnesota before, not immediately before Tim Walz, but before Tim Walz. And I think one of the reasons that he was elected, well, one of the reasons was obviously because he was a pro wrestler, but then another reason being that, like, in Minnesota, the Democratic and Republican parties are not called the Democratic and Republican Party of Minnesota. They're called Democrat Farmer Labor, or Democratic Farmer Labor, and Republican Farmer Labor. The union connections run deep. And I think, you know, Jesse Ventura's reputation as a union man probably got him the governorship there. And also, Jesse Ventura has been on TV to talk about this. You know, a lot of people now know that Jesse Ventura left pro wrestling because Hulk Hogan got him fired. He did interviews about this on news television, talking about, like, the resurgence of unions. He will be the future generation's Ollie London. Again, non-zero chance that it does happen. To Sedan, hello, welcome to chat. Always great to have new people here. Two sedan? That's better than one sedan. That's two whole sedans. You know how much luggage you can fit in there? You know how many clothes you could pack for vacation in two whole sedans? That's a lot. I got bombed. That one commentary video can make 10,000 RNC videos if Chris Tyson thing happens. Trust the plan. Yeah, that's true. My brother is 3 sedan? Bro, what a family. That's crazy. Next, you're going to tell me that you have an older brother, and his name is 1 sedan. Folks, they keep making it crazier and crazier, you know.
Promise of tomorrow over the bitter return to yesterday. We won't go back. We won't be set back.
Bop, bop. Gummy bears? That's based as fuck. And they're gay gummy bears too? That's even better. Even better. Give me Luigi Circuit. One sedan, 2 sedan, red sedan, white sedan. That's true. No, what?
Let us choose truth. Let us choose
My pyramid. Oh, you're making a pyramid. I see. They're so well organized.
because that's the best of America.
Why is she singing?
Let us choose freedom.
Whimsy. I don't know. The Democrats really have like embraced the whimsy in this campaign. It is an interesting brand of like futurism that the Democrats have started to lean back into. We must all join in and rig the vote for GCN Luigi Circuit. The song is very bad. That's true. The song is bad, but the track is good. And it's especially good for me because I'm on the mock bike, baby. And that turn at the end is a mock bike ass turn. All right, so she's finished with her speech. I think that it's very interesting that Democrats are like using this energy to appeal to a message of hope again, because it like COVID and post-COVID left people at like an all-time high of being disaffected. It's either just now abandoning the when they go ho, we go high, Lamau. Yeah, and I think that's like, I mean, it's long overdue, but it's a smart political decision to like do that finally. Bullet bill. No. Give me. Yes. Player, I'm sorry, but I've wanted it. Just be reaffected. What, the Sigma? Yeah, true. Skill issue. The right has been like, they're so obsessed with us. Bro, have you seen your guy? That's true. Trump and Biden have the most old man Yowie relationship in all of American politics, except for maybe Thomas Jefferson and fucking, who was it? John Adams? Who are the two guys who were like the two presidents that died on the same fucking day? Like one of them died and then the other one learned that they died and then immediately also died because they were like... That's Trump for Joe Biden, but it's only one way. You know, kind of sad when you think about it. Bro, who's ready for me to steal first place again? Fuck yes. No, I only got second. Oh, no, wait, first? Sick. Do you have a favorite book? That's actually a really difficult question. Yeah, W netcode. Ain't no way. This is the most ain't no way race of all time. Favorite book. That's actually kind of difficult. The two top contenders come to mind for me. Last year I read 1984 for the first time. Phenomenal book. Love George Orwell's writing. And then The Works of Rosa Luxemburg is up there as well. I'm a huge fucking nerd and I like academic texts. Rosa Luxemburg's stuff is actually extremely foundational to the way that I think now. About like politics and the way I analyze things. And then George Orwell's book is also very base and materialist analysis pilled. You know, very overtly socialist too, more so than people give it credit for. You know, it's just anti fascism, anti-authoritarian, anti-Stalin, anti-totalitarian, well, a lot of really, really bad things. But, you know, very pro-proletariat. And I think it tells a really good story, too. It tells a great story, and it sort of... It does a great job of painting an analog of the material forces of a totalitarian dictatorship through the party and O'Brien and, you know, whoever else it is, including all of the most severe flaws that they are completely blind to. That a lot of people can be completely blind to until those flaws become so unignorable that they contribute to the entire downfall of the ideology. Phenomenal book if you're very, like, you know, chest deep in politics, basically. But even if you're not, I think it's a really good read. It's also way funnier than a lot of people give it credit for. Because, like, I remember reading it, and like, literally the first fucking 5 pages, there's a bit about, like, Winston kind of describing his average life, you know, the protagonist of the book. And just unprompted, he's describing this like, this woman that he vaguely knows, who's, like, at his workplace or whatever. And he's talking about her, he's like, man, I hate women. And I was like, what the fuck? Just first 5 pages. Hi, my name's Winston. I work at so-and-so. This is Oceania. Yeah, you know, the party. And I fucking hate women. I was like, bro. His ass is not based in Joe Cat-Pilled. The Stranger? Is that a book? Something? Okay. We're good. Bro is saying he's a virgin with pride. Yeah, true. You know what's crazy, though? It's kind of funny that, like, everybody in the world of 1984, there's, like, state compulsory virginity or some shit. It's like an incel state or some shit like that. It's like, oh, yeah, the party hates when people have sex and enjoy it. Like, that's an actual plot point. It's extremely funny.
And I'm asking that you join us in the work.
Anything else?
Making America great doesn't mean telling people you're...
Like, apart from those? Yeah. I do like Animal Farm. I read that in high school. And Fahrenheit 451, also high school. I read that. It was really good. All I remember is that the main character shot someone because he felt like it. And it starts with his mom dying, but he doesn't care. Oh, The Stranger. Yeah. Dude, that sounds like a wacky-ass book. Those are 2 books I also like. I'm a very heavy reader, so I'll only read once in a while, but it's, like, really fucking thick-ass, like, dense-ass books. What's something more recently? Yeah, in college, I read this book, for freshman year. There's, like, a freshman reading assignment that I had to do for college. And for me, it was something called Just Mercy. It was about, like, this guy who was a civil rights attorney for people on death row and stuff like that. Worked predominantly with black people in underprivileged communities, just because that was kind of the nature of being on death row in the South. Is that, like, the Jim Crow South really fucking, you know, flippant with just giving the death penalty to black people, you know? And that book on its own was pretty good, but the real kicker for me was the book that I read after that, when one of the people that this lawyer helped in his book came to speak at my college. He said, you know, I wrote a book about my time on death row. This guy spent 30 fucking years on, not just in prison, but on death row, waiting to be executed by the state for a crime that he did not commit and was convicted for by a jury of, like, almost exclusively white supremacists. I'm not subbed to Nick, sorry. Oh, yeah, true. I'm not either. I'm not subbed to anybody, I think, on Twitch. And so this book was chronicling his life, how so much of his life was like so much of his life was spent in death row that it was almost like weird to him when he got out of prison. And it was like I don't know, it's one of the I think it's one of the only books I've ever read that has actually like put me to tears. You know, I cried reading this book because this man was like, it was just such a profound place of sadness and like, you know, like what the you know, we always talk about politics in very abstract terms, and it's very rare to be reminded the true weight of like like the negative consequences that a lot of bad policies and bad political sentiment can bring to people, because a bunch of white people in the South fucking hated black people. This guy's entire life was destroyed for no reason, you know? And it's not like any of those people on the jury that convicted him, their lives got any better because of that. You know? They never caught the person who was actually committing murders. They just sentenced a random black guy to prison for it and called it a day. You know, The Columnist Manifesto. I haven't read that one. Read the Communist Manifesto a couple times. Once in high school, once in college, I think. Never read the Columnist Manifesto, you know. I suppose that one might be worth a read at some point.
I hear myself saying, I'm
Pete Buttigieg.
And you might recognize me from Fox News.
True! Dude, okay. One of the things I will give Pete Buttigieg massive credit for. My man goes on Fox News all the fucking time to, like, give them the daily spanking, basically.
In a very good cause, electing Kamala Harris and Tim Walz the next president and vice president of the United States.
He absolutely destroyed on Fox. Yeah, he's like, Fox used to do this thing where they would bring on like a token liberal to a panel, and then they would like absolutely bulldoze them in a conversation to just kind of make them look like not great. I clicked random by accident, but this is my last race anyway. And Pete Buttigieg goes on there and is like, shut up, it's my turn to speak, basically. He's too polite to say that, but then we'll like explain, you know, basically, here's why you're wrong and dumb and also gay. Because I'm also gay. I get to determine who's gay. Thank you. And is like, he does some liberal policy wonkery that basically takes the wind out of conservative sails. And I'm not usually much for policy wonk stuff in politics as far as rhetoric goes, because that's usually better served for when you're in office rather than on like the campaign trail and whatever. Yeah, true. Fake and gay. But it is well served to sort of make your opponent feel dumb, like in a debate or whatever. It's like, well, you know, you think that, but no, actually, that's not how it works, you know? Or some shit like that. He's been doing some good stuff by appearing on Fox News and being a pretty rhetorically effective voice, an uncompromising voice on Fox News, you know? But yeah. And he does that a lot, too.
Choosing a guy like J.D. Vance to be America's next vice president sends a message. And the message is that they are doubling down on negativity and grievance.
True. I've yet to...
Best summed up in one word. Darkness. Darkness is what they are selling. The thing is, I just don't believe that America today is in the market for darkness.
That's that kind of hopeful futurist politics that America's, or that the Democrats are going for now.
Yes, politics at its worst can be ugly, crushing, demeaning, but it doesn't have to be. At its best.
Also worth noting that there was something that made me think that Pete Buttigieg was like actually capable of appealing to an online audience. something he said about JD Vance. Grievance, there we go. The politics of grievance, right? Like, I've yet to hear Democrats talk that much about how Republicans just care about the politics of grievance. Like, and what that means is basically the logic of, I don't want this to be fixed. I just want it to be something that I can complain about. You know, talking about immigrants, talking about black people, 1350, some shit. They don't even do that much anymore. And like trans people in the bathroom, whatever. They don't want a resolution to that in many cases because it's not a problem. They just want it to be something they can complain about and like make a fuss over. You know, a lot of the politics of grievance revolves around like not actually caring. And just wanting to like be able to blame your problems on another individual person or some shit. There's plenty of shit that people can blame problems in their lives on. How the fuck do you front run in these sweaty ass lobbies and not go back any places once? Because the secret to not having a skill issue in game is to not be a sweat lord. All the sweat lords are sweating because they're not actually that good at the game. Sorry to break it to you, all the folks that are doing those clan wars, they're not that good at Mario Kart. They're just good at a technical string of execution tests. That's why CGGP turned out the way it is. I have very strong reactionaries cannot exist if things happen that they like them out. True. Yeah, the real secret to the sauce there, the secret sauce of why I can front run in sweaty ass lobbies as fucking Mario Mockbike. First of all, is because I firmly believe that Mockbike is in some ways carrying me. Mockbike has so much more control and gains so much time on the flame runners on turns. If you get in first on the Mockbike, you could have a very easy time staying in first if you know what you're doing. And I think another component of the secret sauce is that I just have very strong racing fundamentals. A lot of the sweats do their practice on time trials. I don't play Mario Kart time trials. What you see, that's about all the Mario Kart Wii that I play. I'm playing online routinely. That's my practice. So I've learned there's a lot of social cues that you can read in the race to sort of dictate the pace. When you're in first, you just have to make sure that you have red shell protections and you will be able to get ahead reliably. Now, if you're concerned about a blue shell, stay in second. That way, first place is your meat shield. There are certain fundamental things like take the turns reasonably tight, focus on just driving well and not making mistakes. If you can do that in first, guaranteed win. Because everybody behind you is going to be desperate enough that they are going to start making mistakes when they're driving. Third place is going after second. Fourth place is going after third. Everyone in the back spots is trying to use their power items, and everybody's going to be running into each other on a track like Shroom Ridge. There's going to be a million cars that you get hit by. And as long as I'm making the turns, just don't get hit by the cars, just don't run into items, just, you know, make sure you mini turbo and wheelie, etc., etc. You know, have a banana behind you or whatever. You win. And that's like a very solid core of gameplay. And then, you know, when you're in the middle of the pack, back of the pack, whatever, I'm really just not worried about it that much. I just want to be able to drive in a way that indicates that I know how to play the game and be able to interact with chat. Part of the reason I'm so good at Mario Kart Wii is because this is the format in which I primarily play it. I never usually just play looking at the screen. I'm talking to chat and playing at the same time. So it's like, I can play Mario Kart Wii like it's the back of my fucking hand, dude. But anyways, that's been me tooting my own horn. That's so real, doesn't make the sweating any less annoying, but true. Yeah, it's all about approaching the game with a critical eye. The way that the sweat, you know, really sweaty people are approaching the game is through grinding. They're not fundamentally learning anything new about the game. They're just like they're playing to their strengths. They're sharpening their strengths so hard that like they can get out a win. But they're not sort of building on their fundamentals. They're not learning the fundamentals, you know? Like those stat hacks. I would be, I guess you could consider me like jack of all trades, master of none, but a lot of like really sweaty players don't have some very basic skills that would apply to online Mario Kart. Seriously, there are some guys that I recognize from Mario Kart Wii videos and like clan wars and stuff that I've been in lobbies with, and I've reliably been able to just see that they're behind me, swerve, wheelie bump them, they get sent off, and now I have a 10-second lead. They're not that good at the fundamentals. And that comes from practicing online in lobbies with other people. It's like they're overthinking it is what's really going on. You know, you just gotta drive, and that's it. Guess I just haven't played for 2 years before downloading this mod, and that's fine. Look, before coming back to streaming for Mario Kart, I had actually taken a 2 or 3 year long break. And then, you know, up to now, I've been playing it consistently. I just have no awareness at all. I've been getting wheelie bumped way more than I used to the last few days. That's okay. It'll eventually come back, right? It's going to eventually come back to you. And you know, as simple as it sounds, as much as like you want to go fast, you want to be in a wheelie, sometimes the trick to wheelie bumping is just not wheeling, you know? If there's, you know, there's a really basic float chart that you can employ, like very fundamental skill. If you see that there's 1 or 2 people around you, don't wheelie, especially if you're in the middle of the pack. If you're in first and there's 1 person around you, maybe. But like if you're in third or lower and there's 1 to 2 people around you, that likely means that there's more people coming up behind you. And now I'm pretty prolific with using the rear view mirror, but even so, you don't have to. You just got to be aware, like, okay, this person's right next to me, not going to wheelie, you know, and audio cues are a big part of it too. But it's like, you know, if you don't want to get wheelie bumped, you just have to look for the opportunity to wheelie. You have to be specifically looking for a spot where you're not going to get wheelie bumped. Because the assumption is in online, there's, you know, it's like bumper cars. Everybody's bumping around. Anyways. I've seen, I think, all I wanted to see from the DNC today. Given the way this has been going, I'm actually super happy with how the stream turned out. I'm going to come back tomorrow, I think. The best type of wheelie bump IMO is when another racer's on a different ping. I can take the same line as they are, but barely ahead of on my screen. So I don't get bumped on their screen, they get bumped. That's most frequently the type of wheelie bump I get, where I didn't touch them on their screen, or on my screen, but they get bumped on their screen. Because, you know, as somebody said earlier, W netcode. You know, I have the best netcode. Lag switch. Anyways. These guys are having a great time. Just bump clean over some guy's bullet bill. I'm goated. Nice. I think that's enough React Andy for today. I've seen all I want to see. I know Comrade Walls will be speaking at the end of this, but I think there's not much I can really take from what he would say that I haven't already, like, explored in what other people have said, you know, when they're speaking up at the DNC. The most I do to mitigate wheelie bumps is not wheelie for the first, like, 10 seconds of the race. And that's a good start. When the race starts, everybody's real close together. It helps to not wheelie there. You know? It's like navigating a crowd. Funnily enough, if you're good at navigating a crowd in real life, you're going to be able to pick that up a lot quicker. So anyways. Unfortunately, guys, it is late, and I'm trying to fix my sleep schedule. I will be back tomorrow, same time, I think. I want to stream the DNC again tomorrow. You know, shout outs to C-SPAN, copyright-free DNC stream. That shit is free as fuck. I'm gonna raid Mango, because I'm also a enjoyer of Super Smash Bros. For the Nintendo GameCube. Y'all have fun.